motherfucker.
You got the hook escape and the DS.
This man's
He's gonna be mad at you.
It's okay. I'm just screwing with him for a bit.
You're gonna want to move up here, 'cause that grenade, I've seen the grenades are really wonky. So the door is just gonna peek open just a little bit and just drop it on the other side of the door. Okay?
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
The Archangel wants to choose my warframe after the sortie. Misfit Kitty 471 Jester Dean turn Prin into an octopus for 2 minutes. Misfit Kitty 471 wants to see that booty twerk.
Hello, I forgot to do my pinned message. Hold on one moment. No, don't listen. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. He will get you banned. I swear, Archangel, he doesn't know either. No. Archangel and me, they're both full of shit. Hi, guys. You've been doing it for 5 years. No. Hello, guys. How are you? Happy Tuesday. Happy update day. So, tell me. Have you guys done the quest? Of your new pedicure? Kitty, I love you, but I'm gonna have to ban you. Happy Tuesday. You're not from the UK. You don't say Tuesday. You silly goose. Archangel, he's a silly goose. Meat, hello. Meat was here first. He gets all the love today. Mwah. Get banned, Kitty. It's Tuesday, isn't it? No, Archangel. Descaler, hello. How are you? Holy shit, there's a Darbyist here, dude. I thought you got abducted by aliens. Like, for real. I was like, oh god. Darbyist, he's gone. Aliens got him. Yep. How are you doing, man? The quest made you cry, really? I thought the quest was incredibly boring. Taco! Hello. Thank you very much for the bits. It was so nice of you, you guys. Give our friend Taco some motherfucking love. Thank you very much for the bits. I appreciate that, and you're very welcome for the raid. I can't twerk as a octopus. Let's snooze that ad. There we go. We snoozed it. Oh, I think I'm supposed to be an octopus. Let's see. Okay. I redid some of my buttons. Okay, octopus. I am now an octopus, but I can't twerk. Sorry. Let's see. So, Misfit Kitty and Archangel are here. Hello, guys. I love you. Mwah. Big smooches. Well, I wouldn't be getting feet pics. I can tell you that.
Hello, motherfucker.
Darby says you're pretty good, you guess.
I haven't.
What? Hello, Kit Kat. How are you? I call Emotional Kitty Kit Kat because I don't want to confuse everyone thinking that I'm talking to Misfit Kitty. And because I don't like change. Oh, okay. Well, I hope that you're having a good day at work. I hope that you're having a good day at work, and I hope I get to see you again very soon. Ah, that's not a yawn, I swear. I wasn't. Oh, I have lots of new avatars, Darbyist. Hello, Bread Lady. Yes, I did the quest before stream because I watched it on YouTube and it looked like it was going to be quick, so I went ahead and did it.
Hello, motherfucker.
That's because she's an octopus. God. Scheduled until 10:30. Okay.
Hello, motherfucker.
Well, maybe we'll see you when you get off. Yes. Yes, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, it was nice, the story part. Yeah. The gameplay part, it's like, why? I thought it should be something else. I mean, I thought there should be more game parts to it. All right, so there's the octopus. Oh, and a twerk. Hold on, I can twerk. but I have to do it as the girl. Hey Darbies, what do you think of my moves? I'm super sexy, aren't I? I'm super sexy. Let's see who else we have here. I saw a Truth Slayer. Hello, Truth Slayer. Oh God, Viridian. Hi, Viridian. How are you? Are you sure they can't move like that? I think you should point that weapon. Which weapon? My booty? Oh, I can show you. You want to see? Here, hold on. We're gonna do it again.
Taco underscore 420 underscore.
Oh yeah. Hello, Tisco. How's it going? Taco, thank you for the sub. That was so nice of you. Got bits and a sub. Holy shit. Thank you so much, guys. Exclamation point love in chat. Do it. Exclamation point love in chat for Taco. Got Prin throwing it. When GTA 6 comes out, I'm definitely playing that. For show. Twitch is going to ban this dance and lie saying, hey, there are live humans doing this dance.
Dexpixia is maxed out.
There's a Jedi here. Hello, Jedi. Hello, Sunday. How's it going? Bread lady, how are you doing? Did you tell me? The UI scaling in game. True Slayer, what do you mean? I played today, but I don't know what you're talking about. You doing okay, Jedi? All right, let's snooze the ad. The bread lady's all right. Good. Good. My nose is a little stuffy, so I just took allergy medicine. So I wanted to see how the mission worked, and doing it by myself fucking sucked. I actually failed the mission right at the very end because I died too many times. I am an allergy medicine. That's why I'm so rich. I'm Claritin. Yes. The new update adjusts the UI scaling ratio for various resolutions. I'm trying to find a happy medium I had before 1440. Well, I think mine's the same. I'm totally good. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, you can have 5 people. See, I did it by myself, so I didn't know. But you can have 5 just for the quest stuff, right? Or is that in every mission? Is it every mission? I'm gonna sit here and wait for Coruscant to tell me. Is it every mission? Ah, just the event. Fuck. I got super excited. Fuck. All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. A particular friend, like a human or a friend in the game, or like a, yeah, you tell me what you mean. Let's see, Regaldo's here. Hello, Regaldo, how are you? Oh, I like playing the Stalker in the quest, and the way that the hate looked towards the end, oh my god. It was super sexy. Super sexy. Let's see. Kitty shouted out Viridian. Has Viridian ever streamed? I don't know that Viridian's ever streamed. I don't know. All right, let me look through here, make sure I didn't say a mess up and miss somebody. Jedi, type in 70. 70, type it. You can join squads doing the event.
Oh no. Jedi can't say 69.
Okay. We are going to have to figure out. We're gonna have to figure that out. Because I don't know how that works. So you guys will have to tell me when we get to that point of how someone can be the stalker. That sounds like fun. Let's see. Maybe I've said hi to everyone, I think. Maybe. No, Tabbies. Hi, Tabbies. How's it going? I should have entered Anthy's giveaway earlier. I could have won something. I think Tabbies, you could have selected something, couldn't you have? But you passed it? I think she passed it. All right, so we're gonna do our 2 races for motherfucking money. You're good. I'm glad. I think all of you guys know what motherfucking money is, but in case someone snuck in that doesn't, I just posted 2 links in chat that will teach you about it. Okay, so everyone type in !play because we are going to do a race. You passed it. I would pass too if I won one of his giveaways, but I don't know. I might have to look at his inventory just to confirm that that's what I want to do. But I imagine that people have, a lot of people have cleaned out all the good stuff out of his inventory by now. All right, let's check out everyone's balls. Hold on, I gotta blow my nose. I only went outside for like 2 minutes today. And my allergies are killing me. Hello, Pepsi. How's it going? All right, I snoozed the ads for the last time. We can't snooze them anymore. Let's see. Kitty, this is her own ball. Isn't she pretty? I think the ball is doing purple and her... No, the ring is doing purple and her ball is pink. Hi, Liz. Are you doing good? Yes? I hope so. Darbeast has his own ball. Darbeast hasn't been watching marbles. He doesn't have his ball filled out. Tabby's is... Tabby's, where's your ball at? Coruscant, you look very sexy. Jedi's a star. I knew Jedi was a star. Fuyu, yes? Fuyu? Did I say it right? I'm pretty sure I've had this problem with your name before. Last time I did this... Oh, it was. Not print, guess what? Ah. Say chicken butt, guys. Everyone type in chicken butt. Yes, chicken butt. That's what meat needs to see is chicken butt. Don't ask me why I know he wants the chicken butt. You don't want to know. No. I got it right! Yay! How have I been? I've been pretty daggone good. Yes. I had a lot of projects hanging over my head, and I had family in from out of town for 3 weeks, and they helped me knock out so many projects, the big ones. So for 2.5 years, I've had a... Yes, I do. I had a retaining wall that I needed to build around my driveway. And I had hired someone, but after the neighbors called the police on them, I decided that they needed to be fired. So I spent like 2.5 years with a shit ton of ag lime, which is like rock dust, and the stones to build the wall with. But we finally got that done. So super happy. A different person that we hired to add on to the deck He did a terrible job, and my mom, God love her, she paid them before he was done. And so, of course, he got his money and he never showed back up again. So we got the deck fixed, and the deck looks amazing. I'm going to start painting it soon. I can't paint the new wood, but the old wood I can paint. And so when I get that done, I'll show you guys because it looks really nice. And once I get gravel poured in my driveway, I'll show you guys my wall. Oh, yes. Hey, Jedi, that is really nice. That is super nice. You guys have done a great job. Yes, it's good to be back. It's good to be back with you guys. I've been really inconsistent, but now that the family's gone, I can get back to normal, and I feel real good. Wait, you did that all by yourself? Wifey didn't help you? Are you gonna do the quest? All right, Jedi, it'll take you 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 whole minutes. And thank you for the lurk, sir. I hope you come and see me soon. See me again soon. She helped tear it out, but she did all the work. Hey, tear out. That's a rough job. Tear it out. That is hard. How did you guys get it out? Sawzall or what? Was the old deck built with screws to where you could just unscrew them? Some of the cutscenes are long. Okay, maybe 10 minutes, Jedi. I mean, I went through it. I think I went through it pretty damn fast. I think I did it like 20 minutes, maybe less. 15, 20-ish minutes, I think. I don't know. Somewhere in there. Not too long. All right, guys, let's go ahead and run our first race. Whoever wins is going to get the motherfucking money. If you've not been here before, you want to type in !play so you have a chance to win some motherfucking money, which you can use to buy items from the Warframe in-game market or some stream specific items. Yes. All right, Duskuller, how come you're not the strawberry? Are you still a bullet? He's a bullet. He's a bullet. I thought he loved strawberries. I got the strawberry, which is number 10, just for Duskuller. You should be the strawberry. That's right. Well, you're not going to win because you're not the strawberry. Yep. Well, I can't snooze any more of the ads, and we're going to have an ad break in 2 minutes and 33 seconds. So I'm going to go ahead and start the race. You guys have 1 minute starting right now to type in !play. This is discrimination against delicious kind. Man, I tell you what, I got my strawberries at Costco the other day. My strawberries suck. Strawberries that I get from Sam's Club or Walmart or Kroger are so much better. So these strawberries are just gonna go in yogurt because I can't stand to eat them by themselves. They're nice and bright red, so they look like they would be good, but they're hard, and the flavor is just off. They're not rotten. There's a couple that I've gotten out that are a little mushy because they're starting to go bad. No, those tasted pretty decent, but yeah, so maybe they'll be okay after they start to go bad. But yeah, I bought two packages of this shit, and each package is 3 pounds. So I had 6 pounds. 6 pounds of strawberries. Which is a lot of strawberries, but I love strawberries. I have been on a kind of like a fruit yogurt, protein bars and protein shake diet. I have a tendency to like get one thing that I like to eat, and that's all I eat for like 2 or 3 months. The strawberry, strawberries, grapes, blueberries. I've had blackberries, raspberries. I was eating bananas, but I decided to cut that out. What else? Greek yogurt, and protein bars and protein shakes to make sure that I get enough protein.
Viridian 975 says drink up buttercup.
Drink up buttercup. You were in luck because I just refilled my drink before I sat down. Or maybe it's me that's in luck. Damn it, I didn't put enough ice in here. Shit. Not very cold. I wasn't stirred up very well either. Oh, and I've been using electrolyte powder. Yes. So, I've changed. I did raid my freezer recently, and I have this Marie Callender's thing that I used to be obsessed with. It's like steak and potatoes and green beans. Oh my god, it is so good. And it is very filling, and it's only 240 calories. Sunday's gonna come and play? Good deal. Okay, so Liz, Tisco, and Pepsi are all going to get Dixper crates. Liz is going to get motherfucking money. If you guys haven't registered with Dixper, I just posted a link right there. The first link will take you to Dixper so that you can quickly register an account. All right, we're in an ad now. We're in an ad, so let me go ahead and get everyone's stuff. All right, Liz. Oops, give points. And the Whisper. But I am held. Shoot, I forgot how many. I have the loudest keyboard in the world.
Darbeast just resubbed for 6
Fucking
months.
ads! I know, right? Darbeast, thank you very much for the resub of 6 motherfucking months. I appreciate that very, very much. And I'm very glad to see you again. I do think about you from time to time. But I did think you're abducted by aliens. Yep. Okay, Dixper. All right, so let's see here. Don't use your Dixper crates yet until we get over to Warframe, because they won't work. They won't work right. Like anything visual, we won't see. If it's just something that's audio, we'll be able to see that, but yes. All right, Liz. All right, your crate has been sent. And then Tisco. Tisco, thank you. And just in the nick of time, too. All right, Tisco, yours has been sent. And then Pepsi gets one as well. Oops, Pepsi. So Dixper is something that is fun that you guys can use to mess with my game. Dixper has not been working for a long time, but I finally got it working again. So they're free. What'd you finish? Oh, the race? Where did you go? Oh, you got 4th. You got 4th. Shit, I forgot to see. Oh, you did better than me because I died. Yeah, I died. Yeah. I sucko. Let's see. We're going to pick a... Let's do this one. All right, so this again is for motherfucking money and Dixper crates for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. All right, everyone type in !play. If you want to pick a particular ball, type in !play, a space and a number. If you're a subscriber, you can pick any ball between 1 and 31. 1 is in the upper left-hand corner. 31 is on the far right side at the 4th row over. Oh wait, Taco did. Oh, that's so cute. Taco, thank you for the bits. Twitch has this new thing. Shit, I forgot to bring in my medicine. My mosquito bite medicine because I just touched one. God damn it. Okay, what was I saying? I got distracted because I touched the mosquito bite. Fuck, I think I just found another mosquito bite. I'm not even moving. I think it's on my ankle. Let me look. Shit, I did. Guys, I'm gonna step away for 1 second. I gotta just run to my bedroom and get my medicine. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right, let's put the medicine on the spots. I took actual allergy medicine, which should be helping with this stuff. I guess maybe it hasn't had a chance to kick in. Blue Dragon, welcome back. How's it going? How's your Tuesday treating you? Well, I guess it could be another day for you. That's Dixper. It's moving my shit. It actually, that is weird. That was Dixper, right? Did someone use a Dix? Because it was scary music. It was scary music. It had to be. Hold on, let me go look. Yes. It was Tisco used one of the Dixper things. I'm gonna give it back to you so you can use it again later. Also. So you can use that again. It might have like a cooldown of a minute or so. I liked it. I liked it. I wonder if there might be something visual to it. So when we get over to Warframe, you can use it again if you want, or you can save it for another time. 68, 69, type in 70, Sunday. Oh wait, no, you can't type in 70. I think that's just Jedi's. Maybe Jedi, wait, Jedi is doing a quest, so he's not here, but Jedi has his own command. It's either 70 or exclamation point 70. Let me, I think I can get it to play. No. There we go.
Oh no. Jedi can't say 69.
He can't say 69. Jedi, he worked so hard to get to 69 timeouts, and then I accidentally timed him out a 70th time, so he can't say 69 anymore. No, I felt so bad. I wish I could untime him out for that one, but yeah, I can't. So I just made him a mod instead. Okay, you hear nothing. Do you hear that? I see a squirrel. Sorry. You don't even want to know what I'm doing. My fingernail is chipped a little bit, so I had to file it down with my drill just a little bit. It looks better. I'm doing my nails a different way than I usually do. Usually I do acrylic, and now I'm using this gel stuff. I have not quite gotten good at it yet. I don't know if I'm going to keep doing it or not. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, are you guys ready to do this race? Let's look at your back. Tabby's still working on getting her ball all filled out. She's got one square left. I still have a whole bunch of points that I could use, that I could spend. Oh, you want to see my wiener?
13 Jester Dean turn Prin into a wiener for 2 minutes.
Why does a hot dog always look so crazy? Oh wait, maybe because I'm making a crazy face and it just picks it up really, really well. Okay, let's see. All right, so we see Tabby's odd Duskuller. He's the strawberry Duskuller. I bet you taste better than the strawberries I have in my refrigerator. What is it? Darby's, thank you. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate that. I haven't seen Beavis and Butthead in forever. My brother used to do the I am Cornholio. I need TP for my butthole. Or my bunghole. My bunghole. Bunghole, yes. Yeah, he could say it really good. I said it really, really boring. But he could say it just like them. It was super funny. Glizzy Gladiator over here. What? What are you talking about? I am a gingerbread man with an electrifying personality. Do you see that? Darby. Oh wait, Truth Slayer is the same as me, but he's a little bear. Sunday is a cute little panda that's super happy. All right, did I join? Yes. All right, you guys have 1 minute to type an exclamation point play. Whoever wins is getting motherfucking money. If you are first, second, and third, you get a Dixper crate. If you haven't registered an account with Dixper, you should go do that. It is completely free. It only takes the click of a couple buttons, and you'll be able to receive the crate when you win it. And I also do drops from time to time. So it'll, like, I'll post the link for the drop, and then you'll have, you know, so much time to get one. I usually do like 5 or 10 that you can get. So you'll be all ready. So go ahead and register a Dixper account. 18 seconds, guys, to type an exclamation point play. So everyone and their brother is streaming Warframe today. So my idea is to, of course, do the sortie, and then for us to work on the event. And it's my understanding that it's best to do it on Steel Path, but I got my ass handed to me on the regular one, so yeah. So hopefully some of you guys will come and help us.
Waiting for. It's what we wanted all along.
What is that from? Oh, that was SpongeBob. I never really was into SpongeBob. I watched it a little bit. My stepkids when they were kids, little. They're not kids anymore, and they're not even my stepkids anymore, but yeah. I think I'll probably always refer to them as my stepkids. Probably. Is it weird that I miss them more than I do their dad? Yep. A horse conch or cock? What's a conch? I think that's a shell. I think it's supposed to be like cock. C-A-U-L-K. Yeah. Hi, Bubs. Darby, thank you for the bits. I don't have Jade. I am just going to build her, maybe. Build her. If I get some parts tonight, I think there's a random chance that you can get some parts from the mission. I did do the quest. Yes, I did that because so if people don't want the spoilers, they don't have to see them. So I went ahead and did it on my own. The quest wasn't like, it wasn't exciting gameplay wise. Did I cry? No. I'm like a rock. I don't cry. No, but I did enjoy the story part. Deskcolor said he cried. Yeah, I'm a cold, hard bitch. Uh-oh. Deskcolor died. Probably other people died and I just didn't see the other people die. Bread Lady, what's going on with you? Oh, she's stuck. Bread Lady, you're gonna have to jump. You're gonna have to jump and boost. You're stuck there forever. Oh, that's okay. The DNF line's gonna get you. Yep, the DNF line's gonna get you. You're gonna be deado. Hey, I fucking won. I get motherfucking money. What? Okay, so Tisco gets the money. Tisco, Sunday, and Tabby's all get dicks per crate. So let me go do that. You need to relax. I'm going to add more for... Oh, like more story. All right, let's give out the monies. Yeah, your ball failed you. Yeah, let me give Tisco the money. All right, does anyone want to come and join me and Sunday for the sortie? I didn't betray. No. Darby said that I betrayed someone. I'm so sad. Bread Lady's gonna come and play. Yay! Hello, neighbors. Yes, I did do the quest before stream. I wanted to get that done in case people were concerned about spoilers. Oh, I didn't give Darby's hugs? Is that what you're saying? In betrayal because I didn't give Darby's to hug? Okay, I'll give Darby's to kiss. Ready? Do you feel kissed? Do you feel kissed? You better. Thank you, Sunday. I know you will. Sunday's always with me.
This is where the fun begins.
And
Bubs68 wants to see that booty twerk.
This is where the fun begins. Oh, he wants to see me twerk. Would you like the profile so you can see the... Oh wait. There we go. Yeah, it was. All right, Dixper. Okay, so oops, wrong button. Let's go. All right, Tisco, you've received your money and your crate. And Sunday. Oh, let me check, Tisco. I thought that it said one before, but I'll check. All right, so Sunday, you have received your crate. And Tabby's, you have received yours. All right, let me go over here and then Tisco. Yeah, it should say 2. When was this? What the shit balls? You just won something on Monday? Silence, anime woman. What? Okay, so Tisco, you didn't redeem anything. Let me go and look at who just told me to fuck off? Who duded it? Who's getting smacked? Oh, it was Chief. Hey Chief. How the fuck are you, man? It was Chief. Alright. T a leaderboard. No, always tell me if something looks funky. I know, right? Well, Tisco, that is very disturbing. You tested the new mod. What is it? Okay, that's disturbing that it messed up again. Let me see if someone else's money got lost as well. Let's look at Liz. Let's see what she has. Shoot, I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. Okay, Liz. That was today. Okay, so Liz did win something last stream and her money stayed. So, Tisco, I must have fucked up. Alright, Tisco. You should have 2 now. Let me verify. Yes, now you have 2. You should have had 2. So thank you very much for saying something. Because shit is not always perfect. Stream Elements, which is what I use for the motherfucking money, there was a period of a couple weeks where it was losing money all the time. Yes, let's ban Chief. Let's totally ban him. What is the mod Fracturing Crush from? Someone redeemed. Let's see. Fracturing Crush. Fracturing Crush. Okay, someone redeemed that. Amphy says you forgot to change it out. I was like, no, I'm using yours. Amphy's streaming right now. That little sheet. What is this? Oh, this is an augment. Are you saying that this one is new? Arcane Rage. Damage to primary headshot. Isn't there another arcane that's similar to this? I think there's another arcane that's similar to that. Damage primary weapons on headshot. I think that I have one. Let's go see what I have on mine. Do you know an Arcane Rage? Is he a Kiwi? I bet he's a Kiwi. Shit, we're in an ad. Sorry, guys. This is the one I use. Damage per second stacks up to 12 times. The Protea mod. Okay, well, I need to message. Well, I'll message him after stream. I gotta make sure that I don't forget. Let me start my new list. Shit. I need a new piece of paper. Hold on. Can't use that. That's instructions to return the fucking mouse that I bought. It's a piece of dog shit. Just so you know. Corsair's mouse, their mouse sucks ass. Damn it, I'm just trying to find a blank piece of paper. Oh, fucking balls. the Dark Star, I think is what it's called. I think it's called Dark Star. Alright, I gotta get a piece of paper out of my notebook. I'm not familiar with it either. This notebook that I have, it has the best paper in it. It's nice and thick, but because I like it so much, I don't like using it. So I just tore a paper out. I'll probably survive, but I did not enjoy it. All right. All right, so Sundy's coming to play with me. This guy right here. And the bread lady. Look at all these people that are online. Everyone's playing Warframe today. All right, I have space for one more person if someone would like to come and play. Anyone interested in doing this sortie? See here. It said that? I wonder why. That's weird. Has it done that before? Let's see here. All right, it's just the three of us, guys. It's just the three of us. Nobody else loves us. That's okay. We'll be all right. We will be just fine. Radiation hazard. I might not be fine because I'm using my Ivara. Just the three of us. We can make it if we try. Just the three of us. You and I. You and you and I. Is that how it goes? I think I missed my calling. I should have totally been a singer. Should have been a singer. Do you want me to sing you guys a song? I only know one. Raindrops on roses and whiskers on kittens. I have no idea, Death Scholar.
How long is this going to take?
No, when I hit 70, they told me I couldn't strip anymore. They said nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to see that. Like, damn it, man. No, Sandy, this one's mine. Never mind, it's not mine. Someone else stole it. Oh, Coruscant got it. Aw, I was supposed to go up there. Where am I going? Stay away from me, enemies. I'm radiated and I don't like it. I can't fucking see. Is she? I was going to buy her, but it seems like she's pretty easy to just build. I mean, I have plenty of flat. I could buy her, but I looked online. I looked on Overframe, and no one's posted a build for her yet. And so I just decided I would just go ahead and just try to farm her. Oh shoot! This is the one that I. This is gonna be harder to do because I can't fucking see. Where? Sent me a fashion. I'm just gonna call you Kobe. Is that alright if I just call you Kobe? Uh-oh. Coruscant, the bread lady.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, Tank. Hello, Dark. Oh, shoot. I gotta do this. Oh, shit. No. I'm gonna fail it because I'm gonna die. Fuck. I'm gonna fail it. No. I don't want to fail it. Or can I get auto? Fuck. Chief is the reason why we failed that, you guys. It's all his fault. Kobe, Dark Sunstorm, Tank, how are you guys doing? How did the stealth frame, for some reason I was taking damage while I was hacking, and so because I had to come out of the hack, I got fucked up. Hey, sorry. You guys should let me do A because I know how to do it real well. Do I have a helmet? Yes. I know there's an ability the helmet has that helps you hack shit. Is that right? You're good? I'm glad. You failed because I am a trash bag. That is rude. That is super rude, Chief. Yeah, I've seen Anthe. Anthe uses that ability. Oh, wait. What the? I can't. Oh, I'm not in my operator. I thought I was in my operator. I wasn't. All right. I'll be just fine. Don't worry. Oh, I think the radiation damage was getting me. Man, I should have gone as my Revenant. Oh, for the Narmer hacks. Yeah, those pretty much suck.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
I'll send Chief. What was that? Oh, Blazing Saddles. That is a good movie. Thank you for the Bitstar Beast. Yeah, Chief always says that something is shit. Hi, Tommy. How are you? Guess what? You're missing the sortie. So who failed it this time? It wasn't me, was it? It was the bread lady. All right, Sandy, yours is next. Looks like, hey, we are having a great time. Oh, hey, Tommy, we have a space, and we failed, so come and join us. Come on, Tommy, let's do this. It didn't hit you, call bullshit. I know. I think that I got fucked too. Oh, he's going to. Yay! Let's see.
Brother, what's that?
What's that?
What's that, brother?
It's my butt. It is my butt. You 100% ran through the laser. Hey, I won't tell anyone. I won't tell anyone. Ooh. That is nice. What the fuck? What? At first, I thought Jade was Stalker's mom or something. That is fucking beautiful. Casual, if you're listening, that is beautiful. So tell me what you think about the quest. What's to do you think? Casual, you can ban Chief. Anytime I send Chief a picture of something, he always tells me it looks shit. So he sent me a picture of a wall that he plastered yesterday. And rather than saying, oh, that looks good, I just told him it looks shit. Sheesh. Stalker is your dad. I would really like to be able to play Stalker. That was fun, actually. I never do fashion, and now I won't again. Thank you, Chief. Casual, don't listen to him. He's just jealous. He's just jealous because he can't fashion shit. Oh, Warframe God, hello. How's it going? You can't pay any attention to anything that Chief or Meat Shield say. Or Meaty Boy. He used to be my Meat Shield, but now he's just Meaty Boy. I'm so sad. Fashion this middle finger? Okay, A's mine, bitches. Don't fucking touch it. The fuck? How did you get banned on Xbox? The fuck did you do?
How long is this going to take?
Is the door gonna open? Okay, the doors, they're not opening. Communication ban. What game were you playing when you got this ban? FBI, open up! All right, where are the stairs?
Fuck off!
You fuck off! What?
Darbeast just redeemed turn print into a banana for 2 minutes.
A banana? I'm a banana! I'm a banana, bitches! Alright, guys, I got mine. Now you guys just need to get yours. You know what? I think that Warframe decided these guys suck so much, we're gonna get rid of the radiation damage. Because there are no radiation clouds. Hold on. Cheating in fake wait, what do you mean, neighbors? I might have missed someone's message. What people do with... Yeah, we eat them. I eat them. I stick them in my mouth, and then I mush them around a little bit with my gums because I don't have teeth because I'm 110. After I have them all mushed up with my gums and my tongue, then I slide them down my throat. Warframe God farted. Do you want a banana? I don't have any bananas. I stopped buying them. Neighbors. Don't tempt the chat. Let's see. I probably shouldn't go in and set the alarms off on Sunday. I'm gonna walk around really slow. So in case Sunday starts to fail. Oh, he got it. He got it. Thought I was older. Wait. Oh, I am old. That's why I don't have teeth. That's why I have to gum everything. You ever had a gummy before? And I don't mean gummy bear. Oh, I forgot. I have actual gummies. Of a special variety.
Bitch, you wanna make some motherfucking money?
Wait, are you not getting credit for this? Or you just have to reset after we're done with this one? Chief is just jealous because he can't gum his bananas. You need to reset your ears. Oh, your controller's being weird. Okay. Okay. Oh, now you guys can use your Dixper crate, your Dixper things. Sunday wants to see my wiener.
Sunday had to look 13 Jester Dean turn Prin into a wiener for 2 minutes.
Oops. Turn it into a wiener. All right, let's see what we got next. We have an exterminate. And fucking Magenstug. See what I did? Fucking Magenstug. All right, so we gotta wait for Tommy to come back before we start this bad boy up. Tommy, are you playing on your PlayStation? I can't fucking remember if he plays his PlayStation account on PC or you just play on PlayStation. And PC loads up real fast. Hey Darbeast, what have you been up to? The aliens didn't give you an anal probe, did they? Tell us. Inquiring minds want to know. Gotcha, Tommy. Yeah, I moved my PC account into my PlayStation clan. And I took my PlayStation account and put it in my PC clan. Anybody got the hookup for you? Yes, please, Darbeast. Yes, I need that. I love the probes. I mean, like, I spend so much time with them. You would think I would get tired of the probes, but nah. Controller's not working. You're gonna switch to PS5? Okay. All right, well, we shall wait for you. Oh, wow. I can change. Oh, my goodness. And I can pick which build I want from right here. Holy motherfuck. Okay, I like that. I likes it. So that's real nice. I need to change my glyph to something else. Can't even really see what that is. I think it's an Octavia.
Okay, I have a little problem.
There's a wolf here!
Where the fuck my shit
Hello, wolf. How the fuck are you, man? 2 days in a row, yes. I thought today would be a good day to stream because the update came out. But the problem with that is everyone is streaming Warframe today. So yeah, everyone's streaming. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of 11 people that I follow are all streaming Warframe. Let's see how many people are watching Warframe altogether. Let's see. There are currently 4,000 people watching Warframe on Twitch. That's pretty good. So that's a lot. That's a lot for a Tuesday. It's usually about 1,500. So yeah, it's gotten a lot of people in here. Uh-oh, we're in an ad, you guys. Let's see if Tommy's back yet. No, not yet. Have any of you guys done the event mission? It does not seem hard, but I chose Titania, and I just kept getting fucking murdered. You completed what? You haven't been on, Chief, you haven't been on Warframe. What are you talking about? He's so full of shit. I just kept getting killed in the very last part, so I failed the mission, but you know, I'm a scrub. Thank you for the lurk, Tisco. I hope to see you again very soon. I just did one mission of the new mode. And how did it work out for you? Jedi. You got... I just...
You're
oh, wait.
right. There are
I've
two
been farming
sexes.
the alert.
The one I have with your dad. And the one I have with your mother.
That's a good one, Darbeast. You guys, give Darbeast some love. Darbeast has played lots of sounds today with his bits, which means real live money. So thank you, sir. And thank you for providing us with good entertainment. Wait, there are fucking alerts? The one I have with your father, the one I have with your mother. Give love, you say? Well, sure. Break the bot. Break it. Break it! What was I gonna do? Oh, my fuck. Well... I gotta scroll up quite a bit. Oh, gosh. Have 10 penicorns. Darby's, thank you. And yeah, so Smiling Wolf just donated bits. And the bits, they do look like a penis. But it's a unicorn. But it looks like a penis. Thank you, Wolf. We're gonna be toilet paper. toilet paper! Oh wait, is Sizzy back? Oh, Naverse has some looks. I was going to invite you and then who the hell said that? Oh, that was Jedi. I think I saw Silver. Silver, hello. How are you? I'm always... I am not! Shut up, Wolf! Shut up, Wolf. God. I won't predict any of your future anymore. How about that? You didn't get update. What? I don't know what you mean. I'm mad. How dare you? If I kept reading, invite, not update. What? I invited. What do you mean not update? You were thinking update. Oh wait, he's in here. I don't know how to read. I'm sorry. I didn't see that. Yeah, don't overload my brain. Don't. Warframe God, type in the exclamation point, join a space in your in-game name. And I shall get you in just a little bit. Silver, how you doing? Is it my ease? Hello, welcome in. Oh. It's broke. It's broke. Hold on. Maybe that's not it. Hold on, let me look. Commands. Let's do Coruscant. Type it in again, Coruscant, because it is still active. Maybe it didn't play because another sound was playing at the same time.
Sometimes it's hard to
there we go.
Right off a fucking bridge. Oh look, there's one.
Oh look, there's one now. Yeah, sometimes if there's another sound playing, it'll just like skip. These motherfuckers, do you see what they just did? They learned from me. Good job, guys. Go back the other way, you missed it. Hey, Conniption, how about you shut up? Oh, they came back for me? What?
I would like to buy a hamburger.
Oh, wait, there's Tommy. Wait, what is the... Who keeps calling the elevator back up? Let us out. There we go. Conniption, how the fuck are you, man? Oh, I still missed some I missed some people over here that need to be dead. Wait, I didn't hear shut up. What did you have for dinner? Hey, Conniption, are you going to come and play with me when we do the clan event thingamabob? I personally need a hard carry. Very hard carry. Jarvis, have you been playing Warframe at all? Yes, hard carry, yes. Truth Slayer's gonna come and play. Well, I intend to run it on Steel Path if we can. You got the hard part down. Of course you do. So Darbeast has just let us all know he does not need a Viagra, okay? Don't give Darby's Viagra. He does not need it. Wolf, are you gonna come and help me? Give me a hard carry. Cinder said hi. Well, you go tell that lady that I said hi and that I'm a lurkin. Tell her that I'm a good lurkin buddy. I'm real good at the lurkin. Okay, what is our next one? A rescue. Gonna be Titania. I'll come help if and only if you... Well, Wolf, I was gonna enjoy playing with you. But fuck that! I don't like Mag. She gross. She's super gross. Mm-hmm. All right, so on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you like my girl? 10 being you love her and you want to marry her. 0, you want me to you just want me to you want me to stream without a girl and without a mic. Conniption's like 0. -10? What the fuck, man? Ah, shit. Oh! How'd I die? Help! Help, a princess! Bread lady's got me. There you go. You look so pretty. I'm jelly. Maybe I should, Bread lady, how did you res me from like so far away? What do they call you? The 1 hour man. The coochie man.
Coochie man.
Oh, I like that. Thank you for the bits. I almost hit that nullifier. Darby's always finds the best sounds. That and Anthe has good ones too. Hi, Joker. How's it going? Coochie man. I need someone that is a pink Lexus man. Yes. Pink Lexus. That's all I need. What's... Oh shit! Did I make it in? I am playing Call of Duty. I'm playing Call of Duty. I'm getting a lot of 360 no scopes, and I'm teabagging a lot of people, and yes. Pink Lexus are the best. Call of Duty, that's right, duty. God looks different. Yep. It's the dumbed down version. I need the dumbed down version. Bluetooth revive. What? Because you were moving around like far away from my body. We got a Riven. Oh my god. It's a rifle Riven. That could turn into something nice. Yes. It's very well could turn into something nice. All right, so we're going to do our first giveaway. We're going to do our first giveaway, and I'm going to go to the potty while y'all type in 69. Those of you that were with me, thank you very much for coming to play. I do hope that you'll come and see me again, come and play with me again in a little bit. It's a jade thing, really? Maybe I should just go ahead and buy her. It'll be trash? No, not necessarily. You could get something amazeballs. Princess says the giveaway is for one all expenses paid to Paris. Oh, yes. Not going to happen. It's Tuesday. Wow. Wow, Tommy. Tommy's so mean. Gotten 1 or 2 ribbons. You actually want? Well, that sucks. I have like 1,000 ribbons that I haven't opened, and I don't have any space to open them, so that's fun. All right, guys, I'm gonna go potty. I will be right back. She's been in Japan for the last week as well. That's pretty cool. Where's she from? Wait, don't tell me now. Oh, tell me later. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh shoot, I forgot to restart the timer. Pro streamer. Back, hello. Did you guys miss me? You totally missed me, right? Free Winter's here. Free Winter, can you hear me? Free Winter, hello. You can't hear me? Damn it. That sucks, man, because I was going to give you the secret code to my heart. But a nut just went down my bra. Was it good for you? Okay, I'm going to start the timer. You guys have 1 minute starting right now to type in 69. I thought you might say that. It is nice to see you again. How's your day? Have you been playing Warframe today?
Oh no. Jedi can't say 69.
Poor Jedi. He can't say it. Yeah, I'm eating a protein bar and it has nuts in it and a nut went down my bra. Don't worry, I fished it out and ate it. You know, sometimes people leave it for a snack later. Nah. I just eat that shit right up. There's no 5-second rule when it's in my bra. So it's time. I have a 0-second rule. If anything falls in a place that I think might be dirty, which is not my bra, well, unless I've been working outside and yeah. But yeah, I'm a germaphobe. Neighbors! Neighbors, you're the winner! I do, bread lady. Congratulations! Alright. I'm going to, let's do another one. Let me kick out neighbors, though. Automod is super rude. All right, anyone else want to join the giveaway? We're gonna draw it one more time. I'm giving neighbors the points first. Did I do that right? Well, I may have done that wrong. No, neighbors, I don't know how you got an extra point, but you did, evidently. Because you should have 7, but you have 8. Unless I typed it in wrong the last time you won. 5. 6. Weird. Well, it was in your favor, so. All right, I'm gonna start the timer. Are you ready? I have 1 minute starting right now to type in 69. I'm almost done with my bar. Shit. Okay, it's gone. $69. That is right. All right, so Warframe God and Truth Slayer are gonna come and play with me.
Sprint to sound like a man for 2 minutes.
Oh, you want me to sound like a man? Okay.
All right, guys, I turned my voice changer off. This is the real me. So I have one space open in the squid.
She's got the tongue. She's got that zing. There's just one thing. She's got a penis.
She's got a penis. I've heard that before. Might be a bit. No worries, Truth Slayer. I have a penis. I do. Pepsi, you're the winner. I was gonna say something else, but it was just gonna be way too over the top. I think you would like is detachable penis. I don't think I've heard of that one. Pepsi! Pepsi! There we go. Congratulations. You are the motherfucking wiener. Why does she always call everyone wieners? Oh. Because I'm just really nice like that. Alright, let me give Pepsi the money real quick. What am I doing? Right. You sent it in the dicks? Okay. All right, Pepsi, you have received your monies.
Wait, I didn't get it. Well, if there's nothing in there, unless my, wait, maybe it's my, my Discord's locked up. Hello, Drake. How are ya? Yeah, my Discord was stuck. Wait, it's still stuck? The shitballs. Okay, let's go look at it. I'm just curious, Wolf, how do you know about this song? I thought my penis was missing again. Wait. Start asking. I'm going to type it in, Wolf. That's my guess. At dinner time. Enjoy your dinner, Jedi. It's funny that DE made a Warframe pregnant. Do you know? Yeah. There's going to be lots of jokes and comments about, you know, having sex with Jade. All right, so hold on, let me look. So Warframe God. Warframe, what is your... I feel pretty sure about it, Wolf. But it is just a guess. It's not the same as I had with the knowing about the existence. You might join after your shower. All right, good deal. Oh, the beast. Did we make friends? Yes, we did. Hey, you have to. Warframe, your shit is auto declining, I think. Were you able to get invites before? Yeah, as soon as I invite, it says you declined. I would think you'd still be able to join a squad. Here, I'll put the squad on public. Wait. I'll put it on public and see if you can just join on me. See if you can join on me. True Slayer's ready? Okay. Okay, good. Okay, so I have space for one more person. One more person. And thing before I go, if you need any Warframe parts for giveaways, let me know. Drake, I would have to do that offline. I actually have a list of things that I need to get. My list is kind of long. Well, Warframe, what I wanted to do was do the event. The magnetic buffs make it worthwhile. So you might not want to run your Wisp. Okay, so ideally I wanted to do this on Steel Path. All right, Drake, enjoy the shower. Ideally I wanted to do this on Steel Path because the rewards are better. All right, so last chance. Who wants to come play with us? This is the last chance. All right, so I'm scared. You guys do want to do it on Steel Path, right? Let's see. Wait, how did I find that mission? Oh, here we go. I just click on that. Oh wait. I did it wrong. Wolf's gonna come and play with us. Smile and Wolf. I said I was gonna do Steel Path and then I changed it. So hopefully we'll be good. Yes, hopefully we will. I have 3 people that are gonna give me a hard carry, so I feel confident. Oh wait, can I not start it up on Steel Path? Oh, we don't, Chief? All right, that's good. Okay, I'm gonna need one of you guys to load it up because I can't load it up on Steel Path. I guess I need to do this one before I can unlock that one. I'm too much of a scrub that I can't do it by myself. Well, I I think I wouldn't mind streaming 76 a little bit. It just popped up. Wait, I didn't ready up. Man, I'm stuck on something in Fallout 4 and it's pissing me off. I made decisions that have fucked up what I need to do in Nuka World. So I'm having a hard time figuring out how to get that last star core from up top where it's at. So it's making me mad. Oh wait, Coruscant, didn't you say that we could have 5 people in here and someone could be the stalker? How do we do that? Somebody said it. I don't remember who said it now. This part is super easy. The last part is where I got dead. How do we do that? Playing a stalker? Yeah, I don't know. Stalker. Join is random. Oh, so it could be someone that that's not even part of us. It's just someone does it at the relay. A rando. Oh, and this is nice for her. But I had
Squirting contest! Let's see who can squirt the farthest.
squirting contest. Darby's is having way too much fun. Finding funny clips. Is there something in here? No. Uh-oh, someone needs teabag. Oh shit, you're too far away, man. I'm not gonna be able to teabag you. Oh, you recovered. What did you do that enables you to just recover? Where's it at? Need one more. We need to find one more. Do I have any other abilities on her that I should be using? Get out of your back. Wait, can I hold on to that? Or did I just I dropped it. Fuck. What? I'm coming. Me loves this song. I loves it. Hey, it's really hard to kill these things on Steel Path. Shit, man. I think that my Titania needs some work. Holy fuck balls. Is that a thing?
Warframe God Good just redeemed turn print into TP. 2 minutes.
Beast died. He died because... Oh wait, that's not toilet paper. about to... Ah, shit. Shit. Help a princess. That's right, get him in. All right. Don't try to be what you're not. Oh, here's one.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
Oh, is it down there still? Okay, good. See if I can find any more up here someplace. I was doing this by myself. I did find some in like little places. Like right there. Fuck! No! Help! Help! So we have to find little green things that are laying on the floor, and then we have to bring them over to this and throw it at it. Did I lose mine? Shit, I lost mine. So here's one. So you pick it up, and then you come over here, and you toss it right at the green thing. I don't know if it is the enemies that have the green on them that, I don't think that they always drop something, but kind of feel like they've dropped something from time to time. I think I remember seeing a green enemy do it. You going to bed? All right, Darbeast. Hey, thank you for coming and hanging out with us. Thank you for the bits. It's very nice to see you again. I'm glad that you were released by the aliens. Do we need more power? But Darbeast, you take it easy, squeezy, and thank you for the lurk.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hello, Tokyo. How's it going? How's it going? I think well, it's still powering. It's still moving. See you later. Princess Cat, hello. Uh-oh. I gonna die. Princess Cat, Tokyo, how are you guys doing? Okay, I think this is where I got fucked up. Yep. Of a lifetime. Oh, you lost your internet. That sucks. I'm sorry. That is really frustrating when that happens. Especially if it's something that you've been working on for a while. For me, I would be really irritated if it was something like a quest thing, especially. Well, I'm on a controller, and it is R3, so it's the right stick. You press it in. Wow. He always keeps me muted. I'm always muted. Anfi already ended. He's such a lightweight. Anfi's a lightweight. We should tell him that he's a lightweight. Okay, this was so much easier with a squid. Uh-oh. He was on early. I was lurking. You found a love for the lifetime. Well, I thought I was lurking. The shitballs. Oh, I was. He raided Seijo. We're home free! Yay! Oh, God. Fuck. Fucking mosquito bite. It's freaking killing me. This is how I got allergic to hydrocortisone. Because I got so many bites over the years that my skin just became allergic. But this is a combination of prescription hydrocortisone, lidocaine, and Benadryl cream or gel. And it works pretty good. Oh wait, what did we get? Hold on. What did we get? Got 18 and 12, and what's this? He's affected by status effects. Gain 1 additional stack when they're knocked down or flung by melee attacks. The jade part. Oh right, I think I remember one of you guys saying something about that they're working on the bug, and it's the drops for the parts. Is that right? It's not dropping the actual parts that it has a chance to do. This is Matchbox 20, I think. Matchbox 20 is pretty old. They're old like me.
Ordis will not stand idly by while Parvos Dragon reaps the last vestiges of Jade for his Eximus executioner program. He must be denied.
I saw that, Sandy. We'll get you back in a little bit. In a little bit. So I wonder how many runs you have to do for the clan stuff. I guess I need to do some research. That's right, butt conniption. Sorry, conniption. I didn't say it, Sunday did. Ban conniption, that's right. That's right. Sunday's got it. Sunday's got it right. Proceed to the extraction capsule. All right, let's proceed. As it says. I'm gonna go look for things. Okay, I think I might have gone too high.
You'll have to supply power manually. Find ionic charges scattered about. You do not want to take the stairs.
46 modes. Okay, so does this have a leaderboard for clan? Oh, did you guys already find the? You guys already found the So, is it not a competition? It's just is it not a competition? The clan event? Or is it just like the last one where you work together to be able to unlock some shit? Oh wait, you guys didn't find the things. My bad.
Fuck off!
Many of
fuck off.
You will have to fight a sister of Parvo.
Elevator needs power. Where the fuck are the things?
Operator, without more ionic charges, it goes not.
Of legendary cores? I agree. I agree. Give us like give us a little less pineapples and more legendary cores. Damn it, man. Where's it at? I don't see any green shit either. And I'm like flying. I got wings. I got wings and I can't find this shit. How am I gonna get up there? How do I get up? I need to climb up this. Uh-oh, I missed. No, climb up here. I'm up here. Then we're gonna go over here. We gotta get to the back side of it though. Oh, why is it going so fast? Slow down, stop. Stop. Oh shit. Fuck. And I'm going all the way down to the bottom. Damn it. I think I'm just gonna res myself because does someone want to come all the Wolf's coming to get me. He's like, yeah, I'm not gonna miss that tea bag. Ah, shit! I dead.
Oh, hey, friend. What happened?
Hi, Deado.
Yeah, Wolf, you take the thing, because I'm a ding dong. I can't jump. Well, Jedi, but I think Jedi's paying attention. But you and Jedi conversed yesterday. I think we still need to find one more of those white things, don't we?
Viridian 975 says it's time for a posture check.
Posture check? Okay, let me check it. Yep, I have posture. It's bad. Fuck! That's your fault, Viridian. It's your fault that I'm dead.
13 says drink a buttercup.
Thank you. Wolf is like, I like this. You just keep dying. Uh-oh. Hold on. I'm gonna get you. Wait. Wait, let me out of the holy fucking shitballs, man. Do we need more green shit? Oh my god, do I need to kill this guy? Now I was just mad. Now I'm just mad. Okay, he dead. There we go. I missed. I think I hit next to it. So what is it, Tank? Jedi loves to play Zaku, so I think that he'll know about it if it's a common thing. Where are you? You are on Jupiter. Where's Reznov? What? I don't know. Should I know? I don't know. Where'd the thing go? There it is. Okay, did we win? We won! I appreciate the hard carry, guys. God, this fucking spot on my ankle is driving me insane. I think I'm gonna have to put a band-aid on it so I'll stop looking at it. Uh-oh, I'm dead. Fuck, I was looking at my ankle. I wasn't paying attention to the game. Man, you guys have got lots of tea bags in. Critical failure rebooting. What's that mean? Oh, we need to protect that thing. Oh god, I can't even fucking see. Well, Jedi, are you paying attention? Jedi! Jedi, we have a question for you. My freaking thing is my mouse is being a poop. But it's understandable that it's being a poop because I only paid like $8 for it. The nice one that I bought, well, it's hot garbage. Repeat, yes. Wolf is like, that's what you get for buying something Corsair. I know. I know that now. 69 modes collected. I just wanted it because it had pretty lights on it. It is? The RGB is not. Yeah, I wanted this particular one because of the RGB on it. Yeah, well, the problem with it, it scrolls, when I try to scroll down, it scrolls up and then down a little bit and then up a little bit and then down a little bit and then up, 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 when all I want to do is go down. Don't clip that. I tell you what, I'm gonna screenshot what you said, and I'm gonna message that screenshot to Jedi. Where the fuck is my mouse? There it goes. Don't let me die. You're the Jedi? The Jedi? Oh shit. Helps if it goes up before you go down. Yeah. You are obnoxious. Conniption actually doesn't usually say anything perverted. So I'm not sure. Are you okay? Underloading. Hello. No! No! Fuck. I'm vertically challenged. Will she get it this time? There we go. I got it. Wait, is that... Here's one. Okay, can I do it without falling down? Yes, okay. All right, now we'll look for green shit. Come on, I want you to drop me. I want you to drop me green shit. Oh my god, that's an Eximus. It's an Eximus. If he don't drop me to green shit, I'm gonna be pissed. Help! Princess down! Hello, Atomic. It's too hard for my skill level 2. Underloading. How the fuck are you, man? Atomic. How you doing? Is anyone coming down to teabag me? Nope. You guys didn't come down to teabag me. You suck. You're fired. You are fired. You're good? Good. I'm glad. To the Avengers jump. What are you talking about? How do you piss off Pren and not get banned? Okay, I'm getting this guy. I don't give a fuck. You're dying, motherfucker. Oh god. Oh god. I will fuck you up. Oh fuck. We need to ban underloading. Oh shit! I fell down. I lost my dude I was trying to murder. Damn it. The dude I was just trying to shoot. Oh my god. Where'd he go? Time to charge the elevator. Man, last time it seemed like, other times it seemed like we found more green shit laying around. Hello, Knight. How's it going? Message deleted, yes. I delete all of your messages, Anthe. Do you want to know why? It's because you're a dirty Kiwi.
Oh, look how pretty I am. I'm so pretty.
You're so pretty, Anthe. Anthe, how come you're not using your avatar anymore? Did you decide to give up on it? What'd you send me on Discord? Did you send me fucking feet? Sure, cat. Hello. I haven't found a single green thing. Not a single one. And I haven't been able to kill anyone. Because I suck. Every time I try to kill someone, I end up getting the deado. Okay, I'm gonna try and kill this guy. They're all fucking Eximus. Oh, is he gonna drop a green thing? No, of course he didn't. Damn it, man. Anvi, how come you're not in here playing with us? I told you that you needed to give me a hard carry. But it's okay. Somebody else. Somebody else's. Hello, Jacob. Hello, Waffle. Oh, I know, because you said you're not, but I don't remember why you said you're not. You were busy. You were busy not carrying me. It's okay, you've been replaced. Amphy's always busy. He is. Amphy's always busy. Amphy is busy a lot helping other people. Amphy is the best dude ever. Aw, Rage is here.
Prime just redeemed turn print into a doggo for 2 minutes.
How's it going, Rage? He won't carry you in Destiny 2? Daggone it, Rage. What did you do to him? Because he carries everyone. Did you pee in his cornflakes? Can't carry anyone on Destiny? Really? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Because, Amphy, you're a boss-ass bitch. So, print the event is bugged, so... Yeah, someone said that. You don't need to carry, you just need an extra body. You haven't logged on in ages, why not? Well, the Jade blueprints are in the Dagus Hollow. I don't know, someone suggested that it's not gonna stay in Dagus Hollow, but it is for the moment. At least they were right before I started. Right before I started streaming. Need someone that knows callouts because the mission is time sensitive. Oh, in Destiny? That was a glitch and... You can't? Welcome back, Drake. Guys, I feel like I wanted to go to the dojo and look. Nah, I'll look later. So did they take them out? Did they take them out of that? Out of that room? Okay. Let's do another one. Yes, it was. I have it set up to where it keeps track of it all by itself. There is something that I need to add to my stream deck to make it work a tiny bit better. Let's see. Scene and then scene. Okay, so I'm gonna try something. Put this up here. This one is Okay, we're gonna test out what I just did on the shark. So, okay, it switched over, and now in 2 minutes, it should switch me back to myself and switch back to that other scene. Let's see. Let's see how it does. Chief farted. Chief, you should check your pants. Oh, I have this to go with that. I have this.
No! Hell no!
Baby shark, fuck. I died while teabagging. Baby shark. Princess dead. Am I dead? What? Oh, I got rezzed and then I wasn't paying attention, so I died again. My bad. Do you want to try and res me one more time? I'm gonna die. Somewhat weird because of the slight differences. Oh God, Drake, I'm not sure what you mean. What do you mean?
Ordis has unilaterally enabled air support that will boost the height of your gallant leaps. Enjoy.
Let's see if I can kill something. It's more ammo. No, I haven't. I have not noticed. Where'd it go? There it is.
Ordis fears they have cut power to the elevator. Find ionic charges nearby.
Cut power to the elevator? How rude.
Willfully triggering those sister beacons.
They can be? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tokyo. I guess I should have fucking bought the blueprints while I was there. Book. Showed moving like. Okay, I'll have to. I still don't quite understand what you're saying, but I'll try and pay attention. When you get out of the mission, you complete it in minutes. A kid's TV show actress, or really? You think that kids need to be hearing fuck shit damn cunt all the time? I don't think so. Oh, yeah. Show me, yes. A wicked witch? Absolutely. Yes, I would. I want to kill something. Oh, you think I should be censored? Do you think that's possible? I don't think censoring me will help. You weren't able to buy them? Well, motherfucker. Well, because I didn't know about the bug, I put a thing up that said you can go there to buy them. So I gotta go change my stuff. Damn it, I'm not strong enough to kill shit. Oh, here's one. I can pick this one up. Gimme. Oh shit, did I miss? I fucking missed. No, Jedi, we don't do that anymore. Jedi is super sad that we don't do butt stuff in here anymore. I think we still have one of those bright thingies to find. What book is it?
Oh no! Jedi can't say 69.
I can't. Jedi always needs a bonk. All right, I feel like a complete failure. So just like any other time. I think that I should have been able to find another one of those one things. And some green shits. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. If you... Hold on. There's some down here. Okay. Okay, I follow. How did it get there? Wolf picked up the other one. I think there was two. Is there someone? Are you killing someone there? Couldn't see. Did we find any of the... I forget what they're called. They're the bluish white things. Uh-oh. Don't you worry, I got you. I got you. Hold on. Wait, alright. I teabagged you. And that's what I meant by I got you. Oh, that makes us fly. How do we know if we got the 3 things that you're supposed to get? I killed one thing, you guys. One thing. I got one thing dead. 70 plus 1 number hacks. Oh, minus 1. Minus 1. Look on the left. Oh, optional sister beacons. Okay, I see it. Thank you. Did not notice that before. Where's he at? I swear to God. I don't know why Rage isn't banned. Honestly, don't know. He totally should be. Where do you go? Uh-oh, you're dead. You're so fucking dead. Hello, Pierce. It's on my crosshairs. Wait, what are we talking about?
Victory Screech!
They're on my crosshairs. I'm not sure what you mean. I would miss you guys. That's why I'll never ban you. God damn it, Anfi!
You did it. Now, bring the volatiles to me.
Fuck you, Anfi. I changed my mind. Anfi's totally getting banned. This is the mission for that came out today. It's a event that you can use to get jade parts, get arcanes, and probably some other stuff. Yes, and fuck you, Anfi. Shit. You feel like you've been jaded enough? Since I can't buy the parts, I'm just gonna buy Jade. I'll just buy Jade and then I'll farm the weapons. Apologize for my mistake. Thank you for the bits, Anfi. Man, I don't know why, but I feel really tired. And for some reason, my hips hurt. I haven't even done anything today, and both of them hurt. When I got up earlier to go to the bathroom, I had to hobble. Shut up, Rage. I don't need any comments from the peanut gallery about my hips. I had to waddle, hobble a little bit. Oh God, Anthony, what? What? Nah, Jedi. Princess doesn't do that anymore. If only. What, Amphi? What? 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 22 minutes left for starvation. You'll be all right. You won't starve. Maybe you're awake late at night, and that's why. Well, actually, I tell you what, I did not get enough sleep. I didn't get enough sleep, so that's a problem. Government does fuck me all the time, yes. Every time I buy something. Every time I buy something, earn something. You're not fat. Seijo! Oh my God. You guys, we just got raided. We just got raided by Seijo. Hello, mister.
Use void tokens to purchase additional tickets. 500 void tokens.
I need extra tickets. Seijo, how do I buy tickets?
Made. All right, awesome. That's what we like. We like that life.
How are you? How are you? How was your questing? How was your running this event that I'm currently just AFKing, letting my squad carry me? Thank you for the resub. You guys, give Seijo some motherfucking love. Seijo has subbed for 10 motherfucking months. Let's do it. You have cross-platform enabled. Holy shit, who said that? Shit, I don't know who said it. Raven, hello. Welcome in. You're gonna steal my shit. You're here to steal all my shit. Last time Seijo raided, I told him I don't know why he brings his people over here. And then he said to steal my shit. Yes. People do sleep better after exercise. I wouldn't know though, because I don't exercise. Well, I exercise my mouth. I do a lot of talking. Hey, at least you're honest. Let's see. I think I tried to win your Prime Access. I think. Do you remember if I tried to steal it? I did win Cinders, though. I got Cinders Prime Access. Hey, Seijo, thank you again for the raid. I appreciate that very much. if you guys are new here, my name is I am a motherfucking princess. And all I stream is Warframe, and I'm very, very bad at it. Who the fuck just said that? Hold on. I was talking about eating gummy worms or gummy bears. God. Kalida, Angel of Death. Thank you very much for the follow, guys. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy your time here. So, shit, I'm gonna die. Shut up, conniption. Oh shit, am I dead? Sorry, I'm not good at multitasking. Shiva Khan. How do I say it? Thank you for the follow. I missed that. That's in my bad. That's in my bad.
Pierce Valentine just redeemed turn print into TP. 2 minutes.
You want me to be toilet paper? Am I gonna die again? Fuck! I went from having a whole lot of health to no health in just the blink of an eye. Less than a blink of an eye. Seijo, were you guys doing a steel path? Doing this event steel path or regular? It's my understanding we can't get drops of Jade Parks doing steel path.
Pierce Valentine
which sucks, but we're doing this for the clan stuff.
Time to recharge the elevator.
It is a lot of deaths, yes. They wouldn't feel so uber. The moats, right. The moats is what we use to buy shit with, right? Hello, Savant. How are you? So, guys, if you're just getting in here, I have a giveaway going on for Garuda. God! Fuck. When we're done with this mission, we'll do a couple 69 giveaways where you can win some motherfucking money, and you can use that to buy things from the Warframe in-game market. We're not giving away 69s. We got in trouble on Twitch for that. They tell us it's not that kind of a platform. I don't understand. Finished farming for Jade. Very nice. Oh. Fuck. I gotta pay attention. I am not paying attention very well. But people are getting a lot of tea bags in. Lots and lots of tea bags in. Oh, wait. I got that tea bag in. You're welcome. Oh wait, where's it at? I'm gonna do all the damage here, by the way. I'm not getting hard carried at all. I don't care what people say. Uh-oh. We have I can't teabag you in my oh. Hold on. Get it. Oh. Shit. There's been a lot of tea around here. Lots of tea today. You would think that I would like tea, but I do not. Tea is gross. Tastes like dirt water. Hey, Patches. For double loot. I could even fuck that up. Has anyone else done that? Wolf's down! I got you, Wolf. I got you. I got him. Am I rezzing you? I don't know. They've added Fallout Vault suits to COD. No, I didn't know about that, but I don't watch that. I mean, I don't play that. I don't play COD. Coffee tastes... Underloading's banned. Someone ban him. Coffee does not taste like chocolate. You're gonna save... Hey, if you guys are subs, you have perks. You can get free Dixburn Streamloots crates, one every month. Click on that link and make sure that you're taking advantage of your perks. I would be okay if... No. I don't like coffee. All right, let's do a giveaway. Chocolate is way better. Chocolate is infinitely better. Okay, you guys are all gonna type in 69. And I'm going to go to the potty. I'm gonna walk around for a minute. I'm gonna go walk around for a minute, and by that I mean go to the bathroom, and then I will be right back. BRB!
Hello there.
Sorry, I had the pneumonia cough. Okay, I'm back. What are we giving away? We're giving away motherfucking money.
Bitch, you wanna make some motherfucking money?
Yes. King Cobra, thank you for the follow. Good luck in the giveaway. All right, so I just posted 2 links in chat, which will teach you about what motherfucking money is. If you play Warframe, and I know you do, you want to win because you can use the motherfucking money to redeem items from the Warframe in-game market or some stream-specific items. I like how it says when my bot posts a message, it says that I'm a raider from Seijo's stream, because I was lurking over there. I was lurking in Anfi's. I was lurking in Seijo's. I'm still lurking in Cinders. And a few. Am I lurking anybody else? No. So now I'm only lurking in Cinders. Okay, so the way that this works is the program is going to pick a winner. And you will have, if your name is selected, I am a stalker, that's right. You'll have 40 seconds to type something in chat to claim your prize. All right, guys, I'm going to start the timer. I'm going to start it right now. Now you have 1 minute to type 69 in chat to enter the giveaway. Yes, I'm gonna draw it in 51 seconds. Not a second earlier, not a second later, right in 47, 46, 45, 44, 43 seconds. Seijo, did you tell me if you guys were doing a steel path, did you guys get any what's her name? Did you get any jade parts?
Fuck off.
I think I'm just gonna go and buy jade. Maybe I should do that right now. Let's see. Uh-oh, where'd it go? I lost the program all of a sudden. It just disappeared. You weren't doing steel path. So did you guys get drops? Or did you try to get jade? Why not farm it? Because I'd rather spend my stuff for arcanes, I think. Although I think it's pretty shitty that they limit the amount of arcanes that you can get. Oh, even the regular is broken? Drake, you're the wiener! Why do you say that, Pierce? Drake, type something in chat, you're the wiener! Drop buffs, tell me what you mean. Okay, everyone type in 69 again. We're gonna do one more while I give Drake the motherfucking money. King, Miamor, hello. Have I said hi to you today? I don't think I did. Oh, 2 of each arcane? Oh, I misunderstood then, because I thought they were saying that... I thought that they said that... On YouTube, I watched a couple YouTube videos, and I thought that they were saying that you can only get 2 rank 5, period. And I thought that's going to make a lot of people mad because these events are really good to farm. A good way to farm arcanes. But I would certainly, if I were buying arcanes, I mean, Arcane Energize is always good. Let's see. I have a pretty good start on another Arcane Energize. I guess if someone wanted to just farm Arcane Energize, they could be at this for like 5 years. Hello, Ash. How are ya? 42 R0 arcanes. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I just misunderstood what they said. Because I did think that they were saying that you can only get 2 rank 5 out of all of them. Like that's all that you can do. So that's good. Shadow Man, hello. How's it going? You guys got here just in time for a giveaway. Everyone hurry and type in 69 in chat. Do it. How are you doing? How was your stream? Were you doing the event? Did you get any jade parts? Or were you doing on Steel Path? Tell me. I need all the details. All of them. All of them. Give them. Okay, all right. I'm going to start the timer. You guys have 1 minute starting right now to type in 69 in chat to take a chance to win some motherfucking money. I think I have 2 of my stream open. Do I? I feel like I'm hearing myself twice. I don't see it though. I fear the bandit. Hello. How are ya? All right, we need to do some shout outs. Where's my button for Seijo? Seijo. All right, we'll do Shadow first. Where's my Seijo button? There it is.
Please. Oh,
found it. All right, here we go.
Yes, I got it finally. And I successfully made it.
Who's it gonna be? Okay, here's Seijo.
Hello, motherfucker.
You guys, go give Seijo and Shadow Man a follow, pretty please.
Am I? Oh,
Underloading!
This isn't just the shiniest star in the heavens.
Shiniest star in the heavens. Underloading, type something in chat. Prin, did you take my monies again? Yes. Yes, I did, Wolf. I'm very sorry. You like the music? What are we listening to? This is Scorpions. I currently can't listen. I currently can't hear the music. Congratulations, Underloading! If the stalker spawns in to a mission with Jade present, he nopes out right away. Really? Fuck you, Fear the Bandit. How dare you? He knew what he did. He knew. Nope. One more in a little bit. You defeated the worm with poop. Really? TMI. King, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Hope you enjoy your time with us. All right, I'm giving out the money to Underloading. Oh, wait. What? You guys, Seijo Umbra is a Warframe creator, so he has a really good shit that you can get in there and steal sometimes. You want to go see Ordis? Okay, there we go. All right, so we're going to do another 69 giveaway here in just a little bit. Anyway, Seijo is a really nice guy. He is a Warframe creator, and he's really fun to hang out with. So if you guys haven't gone to spend time with him, you should totally do that. How's my day? I spent most of my day dead. Okay, let's go to, okay, we're going. I'm gonna go ahead and take us there. And then we'll put our squad back together. Let's see.
Bitch, you wanna make some motherfucking money?
Who is still with me? I don't have it yet. I don't have her yet. Oh. Okay, so where do I go in here? Is it just, oh. Who do we go see? Let's see is there a pile of people in here? No. There's not a pile of people. So where is it at? The navigation room. Oh, you can fast travel to Ordis? Oh, yeah, you can. Underloading, let me look. Let's see. Yeah, you should have. You should have 1, 2. You should have 3. Added again. You have 2. Well. Yeah, there was a problem with the stream elements, and we were losing points. Let's see now. There you go. I fixed the underloading. Thank you for telling me. Okay, so I have 84. And these take 150 each. Damn. Isn't there more shit? Where are the other arcanes at?
I like your cut, G.
Oh, here they are. So I don't have these already. Damn it, man. Oh, we can get the skin. Oh my god, I'm gonna become a hate main. That skin is so cool. I loves it. These are. What is the $sign? Oh, for amount purchase. Oh, okay. So the good arcanes are under the clan one. What's this? Assist a random squad. Oh, that's pretty cool. Joshua, are you talking about this? This is the Larunda relay on Mercury. Is that right, guys? You bought the new ship skin? It does look pretty cool. Does it go on to any ship? Or is it just a particular ship? Okay, somebody messaged me. Wait, I didn't do 80% of the damage. I know that ain't true. I don't know who this is. Who dis? I think Wolf might be mistaken. Okay, do you guys okay, Sunday would like to come back and Drake would like to come in. So I think I'm going to oops. I'm gonna have Warframe step out and let's all go back to our ships. Well, I'm gonna leave the relay.
Ordis has received messages for the operator.
Let's see.
I have not read them.
Drake is in my clan, I do believe. Yes. And Sunday is also in my clan. And you just step away for a little bit? Okay. Okay, thank you for playing with me. Okay, and I had True Slayer. I'm glad that you're in my clan. You've been in my clan forevers. Oh wait, I don't think I looked at any of these. Oh, I've not seen that skin. I don't think I like it. I don't think I like the skin. She doesn't have feet. What does she stand on? Okay, other than the feet, it looks very cool. Other than the feet, it's fucking beautiful. I like that a lot. But she needs feet, which I know you can't control. Ooh, this looks nice. Moments where I was off. Good. I'm glad. That looks real nice. That's sharp.
Wait, no. It's just the corpus peddling their wares again. Get off the emotion.
Diarrhea runs in your genes. Well, hopefully not. Where do we get the stalker skin from this ship? I'm guessing you have to buy it in the market. This looks fucking amazing. This makes me want to play Chroma. That is real nice. It is super sexy. How do you get this? Is this part of a bundle, I guess? Probably. I don't know, but it's very cool looking. Sortok, hello. How are ya? Okay. True Slayer, did you want to come back? True Slayer might be pooping. He might be pooping.
Oh my
Oops.
god, you guys haven't touched
Hit the
balls
wrong
yet?
button.
Touch the balls!
I meant to hit but this one. Hi, Seth. How's it going? Are you having yourself a fabulous... Well, it might be Wednesday for you now. You're good? Do you want to come and play with us again, or do you want to stay out? So, we can all do Steel Path, right? Yeah, Drake, you can do Steel Path, right? Although, hopefully I can load it up. Can I load it up? Oh, I can. Good. You're heading to bed? Okay. Okay, I'll invite you back. Tree Slayer, thank you very much for coming and playing with me and them coming and hanging out with us. I appreciate that very much. I hope you have a very good sleep. Hey, if you're gonna leave a lurk, make sure you spend your points before you go. So everyone should spend their points just to make sure that you get your points spent in case you run away to poop and I draw the giveaway. So type in exclamation point points to see how many points you have, and then exclamation point giveaway, a space in that number of points. Spend them all because I'm gonna eat all your muffins at the end of stream. So yes, okay, let's wait. Brain farts. All right, H-I-J-K, there we go. Conniption, suck it, lady. Hey, Conniption. I'm gonna make him come and play with us. Squid Reaper, hello. You have 5 points, well, you better spend them.
Sortuck 1972 says
Conniption told me to suck it, so he has to play. I sent you a whisper. Click on the whisper, it's all in there. It is all in there. Yep, this is his punishment. He is being punished. He likes being punished. Don't you, Conniption? But here, I'll post this. There's 2 links I just posted there. One will take you to the page that shows you about what motherfucking money is, and the second link is to the store where you can go and you can buy things. I tried to add, I want to add to where people can redeem free weapon slots once if they're a subscriber. And I tried to do it last night. I spent all this time wording everything perfectly, and when I went to save it, it said there was an error, and I'm like, well, fuck. So I'm gonna do that again later. I've had that happen before, and there is a reason why it has the error, but I don't remember what it is because I haven't done it in so long. I haven't added something to my stream store for probably a year, because everything that I have in there is pretty, you know, standard stuff. Doesn't need to be changed. Although I do need to go and change some of the this stuff, because some of it applies to people that have you know, that play on different platforms and shits. Poop doesn't fit in the error? What? I don't know what I'm saying, just ignore me. I've done way too much jacking my jaws today. I'm surprised I haven't given myself a headache yet. But I haven't, so it's good. Conniption has a headache though, don't you, Conniption? That is a phrase, right? Jacking the jaws? Yes, I think so. I have ID10T errors all the time. Do you guys get ID10T errors? Oh, good. Jedi, I sent you a message on Discord. It is a picture of something that I think it was typed in chat about Zaku. They wanted an opinion as to if you've experienced a particular type of bug. He thinks it's a bug. Oops. They said that they have tried to get notification or a response from DE about. Okay, you'll check. Okay. Okay, good. Good. Oh, there's one. Uh-oh, Drake's down. Someone teabag him. Ah, shit. He's a Naros. I'm just gonna teabag anyway. We'll just pretend. Man, I really should put on other shit that is more powerful. Maybe I should just get out of my frame and shoot shit. Wait, what the fuck gun do I have? Oh my god, why do I have this gun on her? What do I have on as my... Oh!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Help.
Help, princess. Help. No one's coming to get me. No one is coming to get me. Anyone but Sunday. You're bugged? Well, that fucking sucks. Well, how about we let you die and maybe it'll fix? Oh no, like rezzing yourself. All right, we need green shits. I need green shits, but I'm like not capable of killing anything. I suck. Watch, I'm gonna try and kill this one dude. I'm gonna kill this one dude. I'm gonna try. So much pain. Conniption just killed my guy. He's like, yep, she ain't getting no kills. Not a single kill. So, you know, just like every other day. I need green shit. Give me green shit, man. You fixed it? What'd you do? How'd you do it? Blame the government? Yes, you totally should. Oh, look. I found some green shit. Uh-oh. Oh, there's 2 green shits. I got it!
Bitch, you wanna make some motherfucking money?
And there's another one. Shit.
Oh boy, smooching time!
Much to you. Oh god. Oh! Aw, I died. Help, princess. I blame the government for everything. Someone picked up my green thing. Rude. Rude. Oh wait, I think I saw... I thought I saw a green thing. The girl, she doesn't find very many green things. And someone stole mine. Drake, did you steal mine? No. Nope, it just has to be things from the market. It's stuff that's gifted. It is too, Waffle. It is what I say it is. Fuck. This is why I am. Yeah, I suck. Oh wait. He recovered. What are you guys doing that makes you recover? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I swear. Or I'm gonna die. Fuck. Go to sleep. That'll make it easier, Waffle. Jade can't. Oh, really? Okay. Well, I need to do some research about Jade. I am just gonna buy her. I'm just gonna buy her. Oh, conniption's down. Where is he? Oh, thank fuck. Shit. Well, that was my only suggestion. I don't think conniption got teabagged, so I'm very disappointed. Get out. Oh, shit. Man, those little green things, they fucking hurt. No, coffee bag's gross. Also, tea bag's gross. Except for, it's my understanding that there's some sort of tea that my orchids would like. I have like 17 orchids now. A couple weeks ago, I found orchids on clearance for $4.50, so I bought 4. Where are they? Oh my god, and then I found that Oh. Well, I'm trying to res you. Oh, there. Fuck. I am from Mars. Women are from... Oh, no. Men are from Mars. Women are from Venus. I don't know. Something like that. I think I need help with my Titania build. Men are from Venus, women are from Mars. Yes, that's a book. It is a book. I did not read it.
Hello there.
Fuck! I am dead right before I realize that I'm gonna die. Like, right as I realize I'm gonna die, I'm dead. Yep. Shit. I got a serious delay. Conniption's like, I got this, princess. Just stand back. Just stand back and watch me work my magic. That's what I heard him say. Is that what you guys heard him say? Did I pick up the shit? What is at that point? I'm not going back that far. Hook that. Just to hook it. I need to put on a different gun. My primary. I need to put on my Phantasma. Because it's fantastic. I don't know why I have this thing on that I have on. It's a Tetra or something. If someone must have made me use it. What do I have on? The Tenant Tetra. Gross. Ooh, this is pretty. We've done this a few times and I didn't even look out here. That's gorgeous. $17 and $12. Wait, did someone say Did anyone else confirm that, did anyone else find out if Necros does double drops? Arcane battery. Energy per armor point up to... Does it enable double drops? I don't know why I like to make that sound after I'm done taking a drink. Probably it's because my drink is kind of sour. The next 69. Hold on. I believe so. Yes, I have a resource booster. You just said we're all from Earth? Come on, man. I'm from Uranus. Yes. Uranus. I'm in Uranus. Yes. What was I doing? Oh yeah, repeat. The next giveaway won't be for a half an hour. Approximately a half an hour. But you guys should spend your points. I'm not from Uranus. You're from Pluto. You just got Jade. Very nice. We are going to have an ad in 3 minutes. Pluto Zanus. That sounds disgusting. Time to go. You guys a poop? Oh, that's true. The booster isn't changing it. Wait, Sword Talk, are you saying you're going, or are you saying bye to Regaldo? Shoot, I forgot to change my weapons. Fuck.
Museum just redeemed
Mouse
into an octopus for 2
An
minutes.
octopus? I can totally do that. I'm completely ineffective in here. The saying, I can't remember. Wait, what are you talking about, Waffle? What to know? Like, I can kill shit that's not an Eximus. Alright, 1 muffin money to whoever can name this artist. You have 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No one got it. Boys are from Mars, girls are from Venus. We've got a yum, and you've got a penis. You can't hear it? Damn it. Why is it some people can hear? It is Livingston, yes, but you were late. Sorry. It is Livingston, yes. You can't hear it. He just knows that I keep testing you guys about this guy. Because I want you guys to know who he is, fall in love with him, and go make babies with him. Okay, where am I at? I'm still looking for the glowy things. Yep, it's always gonna be Livingston. He said, but he didn't say Livingston. He said Jimmy. He said Jimmy. I love this kid like so much. He's 20 or 21, somewhere in there. And sometimes we can see these things pretty easily, and sometimes we cannot. Calder, hello! How are you? There goes the ad. Shit! But not for... He said Jimmy, though. Making babies is gross. I prefer no crotch goblins. Well, I can't turn it up any louder because some people would go deaf. Yep, we got ads. I got you. Yeah, Princess doesn't want crotch goblins either. Some people go deaf, and by some people, I mean me. Where are these fucking balls at? Well, they're not balls, but you know what I'm talking about. The glowy shits. Oh, wait, there it is. There we go. Oh, wait. Am I actually gonna kill something? Probably not. Someone's helping me. Wait, I'm running out of ammos. Die, motherfucker! Hey, guys, I killed something! Whoop, whoop! Princess, that's the name of the game. You're supposed to be killing shit. Crash goblins, yes. Calder, I am doing quite well. Oh, wait. We're on the wrong scene. I'm doing quite well, thank you for asking. Oh, look. I found one. Can I find another one? Can I be useful? No, I cannot be useful. Drake is down. Oops. Am I rezzing? I'm being useful, you guys. I'm doing something. I was rezzing. I think we have all the green stuff that we need. We're good. Although I'm going to die because I'm putting on lippy stuff. Yep. And she's going all the way to the bottom. It's okay. I'll be right back there. I just smacked my... Evidently, it's 42 per type. So if you want to get 15 sets of Arcane Energize, you can't. You can only get 2. But it's... people have explained that you can get the equivalent of 2 rank 5s of each one. Oops. Am I gonna die? Hold still, let me fuck you. Oh! 2 R5s, yes. If you guys try to trade an R5 to someone, or you try to buy one, it does cost 2 million credits, I think. Oh shoot, it's dying. You guys, the extraction capsule is dying.
Until the capsule's shields are back up, Otis is afraid it will not budge.
Get out. I quit. I quit Warframe. I quit gaming. Oh, well, they're not dealing serious damage. Everybody killed them. My Quasis definitely does better than my Titania shits. Banned for gaming, yes. I should be banned for it, from it. I am a disgrace to gamers. I'm just gonna call myself a Bob. I'm just a Bob. Oh, you got some from gambling? Really? I didn't even know that that was a thing until last stream. I have a lot of shit arcanes on PlayStation. Sandwich. Waffle, you haven't been in starvation mode for very long. You're in serious trouble if you're having this much trouble right out of the gate. Oh, wait. I want to change my... Oh, wait, I can do it right from here. Right? Wait, I can't do it? Hold on, guys. I'm canceling the vote. Hold on. Oh! Conniption left us. Gotta run. He's gotta poop. Yep, he's gotta poop. Swap. We went the Phantasma. Thank you for coming and playing with us, Conniption. I love you. Only a little bit, though. Okay, I have a space for one person to join my squid. Would anyone like to come and play? Anyone? Anyone at all?
Hey, Prin, are you listening? Suck it.
You suck it. You just suck it. Pooping is bannable, yes.
Fuck off.
Who told me to fuck off? Sunday. It was Sunday. It was Sunday. He told me to fuck off. How rude. How about you fuck off, Sunday? All right. Anyone want to come and play? I have space for one person. We're doing Steel Path. Waffle, you weigh 4 pounds soaking wet. So shut up. He not fat. He is skinny. Very, very skinny. He said many times that he can't gain weight. Fucking off is fun though. Is it? 109 pounds. Exactly what I said. And disappear in puddle style? Oh, okay, bye, Hydroid. Or former Hydroid. Damn it. Mouse, thank you for coming to hang out with us, and thank you for that lurk. I appreciate it. I hope I get to see you again very soon. Okay. I guess we're gonna go by ourselves. Do I need to ask in clan chat? Elder, I like your style. Okay, I'm gonna post in here. Okay. What's this say? Let's see. Shit. What? What?
Bravo, learn the fucking color pink, please.
Damn it, I always do that.
Pink.
No, I was in the middle of
Bravo.
That is Rook's clip, and Bravo and Rook are both in there. Hey, Death Scholar is paying attention. He should totally do the thing and come and play. Yes, I called Rook a beach.
Any.
Okay, so you redeemed a Dixper crate. Let's go take a look at that. Un momento. Did you say no, Death Scholar? Oh, you said noob. Thank you for the lurk, Bravo. I love you. Mwah! Rook, thank you for the lurk too.
Any.
Okay.
Hamburger.
I like to buy the burger.
I think this valiant effort deserves a thank you. I'm joking.
Bravo. How old is this clip? Your voice sounds different. Stream store. Redemptions. You got three Dixper crates and 2 weapon slots. That was what I was thinking. It was before her balls dropped.
Patches the
Yes.
X6R wants Print to sound like a man for 2
I
minutes.
sound like a man for 2 minutes. Okay.
Okay. I turned my voice changer off.
Oh my god, you guys haven't touched the balls yet?
Okay, let me
Touch the
give Drake
balls.
the Dixper crates in case he wants to use them right now. Alright, I have sent you 3 Dixper crates. Oh wait, someone messaged me. Do you think they want to come play? Oops. Oh. Okay. I'll have to read that later. I can't read it. Okay, weapon sluts. How many dicks per crate? There are 3 dicks in every crate. Equipment, sluts. You did say weapon sluts, right? I better go look again just to make sure. Yes, weapon sluts. Recent, he's right. There he is. All right, your sluts have been sent. And I changed my shit, so we're good. Saren.
I haven't played Saren in a hot minute. You are just ever so welcome. Let's see. After this run, we're gonna do a giveaway. I don't have Jade. I need to buy her. I need to buy her. Well, timer's ticking, so I won't do it now, but I am gonna buy her. I'm going to buy her. I go and buy her. I would rather spend my points on... I would rather spend my motes on... Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I saw that it was in there, so I was like, oh, great. There's yes. Yes, there was a quest, and it's a very short quest. Burkerus, hello. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We're going to be doing a giveaway here soon. So you're going to want to jump in on that. You like my cut? It's very short. The gameplay itself is very boring, but the lore is, or the story is nice.
The capsule is ready for transport to the surface. Otis has preemptively
Yeah, you got to do it. But seriously, it'll take 20 minutes. Let's see if I can find a thing.
Otis fears they have cut power to the elevator. Find ionic charges.
Hello there.
I thought it was very boring. Like, there's one where there's like 9,000 hacks, and every single one was an auto breach. Yes. Sorry, you got auto modded. I don't know why. Yes, the 69 is what we're gonna do. Shit. Shit. Help a princess. What part do you think is awful, Rook? The story or the gameplay? I mean, I like hacking, so all the auto breach business just made it boring for me.
Hi, Deado.
Sorry, I have to teabag. Hero, I don't know that they know about the teabag rule. Why am I not picking them up? I'm just standing there. I'm just standing there over their body looking at them. I better tell them we have a teabag rule. See, we say 69 all the time. So well, I was bored of the gameplay. You don't teabag Drake? Oh my god, you're fired. Oh, that's true. Not with the word doing in front of it. We need one more thing. Where is that? There it is. I have a problem. Well, I do, but what makes you say that at this particular juncture? Did you not? Motherfuck. Ow. Ow, that hurt. Who's coming to get me? There you go. Haru has it down. Fuck. I don't know. And I wouldn't want to done if Drake. I'm sorry, we have a teabag rule. I'm gonna die again because I gotta approve these messages. What keeps killing me? The lack of paying attention. The lack of paying attention, but mostly it is because I'm very, very bad gamer. Yeah.
Dispatches your private army? Looks expensive. Has your desire outmatched
I'm very bad. Oh, someone's pet's down. It's not mine. Mine is a kitty. Mine is I'm a muffin cavat. Alright, I need some green shits. I can't kill any of these green... Oh, wait, I did kill that dude? Weird. Someone must be in here buffing me with something. Or someone buffed because they took down the health, most of the health off of something. That sounded like I said fucking me with something, but I said buffing. I swear I said buffing. Ah, shit, we're in an ad. We're in a fucking ad. Are you sleepy? You have a great sleep. You have a great sleep. Thank you again for the love that you gave me earlier. Appreciate it. And I hope I get to see you again very soon. Not tonight though, not when it's gonna be Wednesday night. Not Wednesday night, because I'm gonna pressure wash my deck. That's the plan anyway. Aw, thank you. I don't know about the amazing part or the sweet part, but we'll go with it. Oh. Damn it, get out of that. I said my deck, not my dick.
Look at that Pickle Rick. Pickle Rick dick.
Oh, thank you for doing this shout out for Taco. I'm sorry, I didn't think of that. My bad. Taco has an avatar that the head of it is a frickin' taco. Fuck! I was getting ready to teabag Sunday and then I died. Did she say Pickle Rick dick? And that's okay, thank you. Or Pickle Rick's dick. Oh God. I don't know how. 6988. 6988. Hello. Oh God, what did you not clip? Thank you for the follow. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say your name. I don't know how to say it because I suck. Oh, wait, whoa. Good times, good times. It's not every day you get teabagged by a princess. What should I call you? Like Rye or... Don't say Bob because I won't remember that. Let's get out of this. Oh! I quit. I quit. Bye! This is my last day on Warframe. How many times have I died today? Like 9,000? So, I suck because I do not pay enough attention to the game. Just don't call me late for dinner. Yeah. 11:02. I don't know that this. I don't think Haru is in the stream. So. INUE. All right, let's do a giveaway. It is that time. Oh, wrong button. All right, which means it's time for Princess to go potty. You guys, type in 69. I'll be right back.
Hello, motherfucker.
Do you know how to tell if you're short or not? You're short if you have to hop up into your office chair. Do you guys have that problem? I literally have to do a little hop to get into my chair. Why don't you guys go ahead and spend your points? Exclamation point points, space. And, no, exclamation point points. And then exclamation point give away a space in that number of points. All right, we're almost back from the ad. And welcome back, everybody. Go ahead and spend your points. Exclamation point points, and then exclamation point give away a space in that number of points. Do not save any of your points. Spend them all. All right, I'm going to start the timer for this giveaway, this 69, which is for motherfucking money.
Bitch, you want to make some motherfucking money?
You do. You want to win motherfucking money. All right, the timer's going. You have 1 minute to type in 69 to get your name in my hat. Yeah, so I'm gonna pull someone's name out of the hat, or I'm gonna let the program pick the winner. That's what I'm gonna do, because I don't wear hats. All right, so if you guys don't know what motherfucking money is, I just posted 2 links in chat which will teach you about it. Two links in chat which will teach you about it, but since you play Warframe, you want to win. Is there anyone here that does not play Warframe? I think everyone here plays Warframe. Except for Meat. Meaty Boy, are you still paying attention? He used to play Warframe, but he doesn't anymore. Well. Oh shoot, I forgot to hold on. Here we go. Oh, click it. There we go. What's Warframe? It's the same thing as a school bus. Did you not know that? COD conniption.
Hello, motherfucker.
Kiwi, hello. How's it going? I have a whole container of you in my refrigerator that I'm going to return to Sam's Club because they're not good. Ash! Ash, type something in chat. You're the wiener. Ash! Yeah, these kiwi, they just don't taste good. Let you out? Well, you're nice and cool because I put you in the refrigerator. Do you at least want to be in the refrigerator? Congratulations, Ash! All right, let me give you some motherfucking money. We're gonna do more of these giveaways in just a little bit. In addition to our bigger giveaway. You are very welcome. All right, let me give Ash the money and then we will be on our way. We're getting banned. I can't get banned. Chaos said that. No. No. Like being in the closet. Well, it is kind of a closet. Okay. Shoot. All right, your money has been sent. All right, there we go. All right, we're ready to go. Oops. It's all right. I hope my clan does a good job so we get all the stuff unlocked. am I enjoying it? We're doing it on Steel Path, and I'm pretty ineffective. So it would be torturous if I weren't being carried. But I'm being hard carried by my squad, so I'm enjoying it just fine. All I know is that you do the one that's for the clan, and as we progress, we unlock these 3 ephemeras. I don't think there's a leaderboard or anything. You gonna lurk? All right, so we'll see you in 15 minutes, because that's all the longer it'll take you. Oh, nice, Drake. Maybe do some other Warframe stuff. Okay. I wish you luck. I wish you luck with the other Warframey stuff. The quest is good. It's quick. I don't believe that you have to play with your clanmates. I think that you can just do it. I mean, you could do a mission solo or with random people. I think that it just goes on what you do. And I don't like these green shits coming out of the sky and murdering me. I feel like they're chasing me. Let's try my Quasis. Your clan scares you. Why do they scare you? Pink shits. Yeah, I don't like it. Where's it at? I saw it. There it is. I can't kill the Eximus. We already talked about this. I'm fucking weak as shit. I'm weak as a sheet. The only Eximus I killed is one that you softened up for me. Uh-oh, Drake down. Oh, he's been rezzed. Okay, we found one thing. What the fuck? Sunday's down. Sunday's been rezzed. Is it? Oh, here we go. They're bullies? Kiwi, you should join my clan. If people are bullies in my clan, I kick them the fuck out. I literally haven't kicked anyone out of my clan in a year or more. There's one at the bottom. Oh, someone got it. Yes, join ours so we can bully you instead. Aussies don't like... because New Zealanders are Kiwis. And they have a rivalry. Kiwi looks like a testicle. Well, I guess it kind of does. But... I wish it would just give me the green shit. Baby. I don't like the gold ones. You were hungry. Oh, on your last stream? Wait, did you stream on Sunday? Oh fuck, was I there? Are you in the air? Well, we, yeah. You're deado. Okay, so I was there. Okay, good. I try not to be late. I mean, I try not to miss you. Fuck. I really should just use Revenant. I'm just gonna use Revenant from now on. Fuck this flying shit, because I'm terrible at the flying anyway. I can't find this shit, so there's no purpose for me to keep doing it this way. Wait, Kings, what you talking about? Fuck. This is Steel Path, so I'm struggling hard. I'm struggling a lot. I thought there was a green shit down here. I can go from being full health to being dead, like, so fast.
Continue this assault on Jade's legacy, and Orden is not the killer you
Shit.
want to concern yourself.
Shit, I didn't want to do that. Fuck. Fuck. He didn't even drop me anything. That little motherfucker. Damn it. I just want the shiny shit. Yeah, I'm bringing Revenant after this. The shows. And I won't die so much. Okay, I'm concentrating a little bit more, so I'm not dying as much. Okay, now I'm going to go back to not concentrating as much. So I'm just going to die over and over and over again. That Saren looks nice. Damn. All right, we need power. We're out of power, damn it. Someone killed it. Okie dokie, what? So, these are Steel Path. Like, that's a level 145. Oh, Jedi, send me before and after pictures. Good night, Jedi. But I need before and after pics. Shoot, wrong gun. Oh, my fuck. I'm gonna hit it. Oh, wait, someone's made me invulnerable. And pics of your deck, yes. Where's, oh, he's alive. He's alive. Jedi, you still paying attention? I didn't ask what kind of roof you're having installed. My garage and one part of the house is metal, and then the rest is regular old asphalt shit. That's gonna have to be replaced sometime. I'm gonna have some roof work done, but I'm gonna have to sell my ass in order to get that done. Oh wait, I didn't get the shit. I didn't get the shit. Did I get it all? Now? Not this ribbon sliver. Holy shit balls, man. Did I get the stuff? Hi, Sortok. You sent me dick pics or deck pics? If it's dick, you're definitely banned. Oh, was it you that made us invulnerable? Okay, I gotta send this picture to Antby. Oh, god damn it, Antby sent me feet pics. Oh my fuck. Everyone say bye to Antby. Bye, Antby, you motherfucker. He says, how to piss off Prin and not get banned? No. He just got banned. Totally banning him.
Inbox messages await the operator. I wonder what they say.
Okay, let me change frames. To ban you, okay. I'm all out of bans for today. No, do not send me feet pics. Now that will get you banned. You better hurry and delete him before I see him. Otherwise you're in serious trouble. Super duper serial trouble. Oh, I love this song.
Now, who would be knocking all the way out here? Operator, I don't think you should answer that.
Yes, ban Antby. That is exactly correct. I like. This is what I do when you guys aren't around. I just post random shit in Alliance chat. Try to get myself banned. They can't ban me. I'm the boss. I can say whatever the fuck I want. Hello. How's it going, Hero? Thank you for helping hard carry me. Wait, Kiwi, you're from the UK? Isn't it past your bedtime? I mean, like, for reals, isn't it past your bedtime? It is totally past my bedtime. No, it's not. I don't usually go to bed until like 6 in the morning. And it's 1:23. But I did not get enough sleep today. So I will be going to bed earlier. And I need to pressure wash my deck, and so I gotta do that. I gotta do that earlier in the day. Are you joking, Drake? This is better. Good. I'm glad. With 4 hours left in your system. This is so much better than Titania. I already feel it. I already feel it. I was gonna say, I don't really know a whole lot about ChatGPT, but if it can give you builds, holy damn. So, Hero, you missed our giveaway earlier. Oh my god. You could have won $1 gazillion million. It was $1 million gazillion. Don't lie much unless you won something. I only lie to be ridiculous. Hi, Shark Kiwi. Are you pulling my leg? I think he's pulling my leg. Oh, I see one. Oh. Okay, I got this. I got this. Don't worry. I just don't know how high up I need to go. Where is it? I think it's still up here. Where is it? Where'd it go? Oh, my fuck. Oh, there it is. That's not one. I don't like weed. God, weed is terrible. Weed is the lettuce of the devil. The devil's lettuce. Really? Kiwi, that's fucking crazy. I guess I need to look at that. So, fuck, I dropped it. That's the only acceptable lettuce. How much farther do I have to go up? No, I'm falling! Oh, I got this. Totally got this. Oh, God. Do I still have it in my hand, I hope? Oh, I did. From this shit I'm talking. Shut up, Anthe. Shut up, Anthe. You're getting banned. Actually, you're already banned. I told everyone what you sent me. You sent me fucking feet pics. That actually not a pic, it was a fucking video. Kiwi, that is crazy. I'm gonna have to look into that. What's this? Mercy kill you. No, oh, do you want me to show everyone the proof? Okay, I'll pick it up. No, no more feet pics. Waffle, I was so sad when I had to ban you the last time. No fucking balls! How do you motherfuckers do this? Oh, I didn't ban shit. Fuck. I gotta try and figure out how to do it then. I did it wrong. I will take you. Thank you very much. I'm looking too high. Dude, I haven't smoked anything today. Well, technically... It didn't happen, huh? Hold on. That motherfucker deleted it. I was gonna show you, but he deleted it. Sorry, Ampy, you're still getting banned. Sorry, rules are rules, man. Can you go ahead and ban yourself? He's a mod. I'm looking too high when I jump. But if I don't look up, doesn't it, doesn't it make it to where I don't go up the right way? Fuck, I don't know. Maybe that's why I'm always jump challenged. I'm doing it wrong. How do you fucking unmod yourself? Wow. Little shit. I fixed it. Look, 75, not 90. Okay. I will next mission. I'll try and do that. But for sure she I just wanted him to ban himself. He just unmodded himself. I wanted him to ban himself. But since he unmodded himself, he can't ban himself. You should totally try to see if you can actually ban yourself. Okay, that was way more fun using Revenant. Just gonna say. Way more fun. I should have been doing that the whole fucking time. No, it's you can you're getting a currency that you can use to buy things like the Jade blueprints, not the main blueprint, but the other three. The main blueprint comes from the quest. But then you can also get a whole bunch of arcanes, and there's quite a few things that you can get. I'm just going to buy her. I'm gonna buy her. In fact, I'm gonna do it right now while I'm waiting on these guys. But I'm not gonna buy that pack. Yeah, yeah, we haven't picked up any blueprints. But we can't because they're bugged. Because I have a ton of plat that I can't spend on anybody else. Good job, Anthe. I've won quite a bit of DE plat, which isn't tradable or giftable. So I may as well. But I have to use the currency to buy them. I don't want that. I want to use that currency on other shit, like arcanes.
Fuck off.
Hey, Chief. How about you fuck off? You just fuck right the hell off, Chief. I would rather spend the plat. We are just farming for the currency to buy things. Hello, not my real username. How are you, man? It's nice to see you again. Who's pooping? Drake is pooping. Let me see if I can pull up, moats, I think. Yes, very nice. Okay, that's not what it is. You're trying to get the mods? I'm trying to find a... I was trying to find a picture of it so I could pull it up. We might have enough to buy a jade part. Well, a sheet. Ah, great. My fucking mouse just died. I guess I gotta use the shitty broken mouse. Let me plug the shitty one that works in. This thing is so tiny, I can't fucking see where it plugs in at. It's ridiculous. There we go. Alright, we'll let that charge a teeny tiny bit. Okay, thankfully I don't use a mouse and keyboard to play. Because I'm a scrub. All right, let's see if I can do better at jumping. All right, so I look straight up like this. I look straight up. Oh wait, I see a thing. Wait, I'm doing better. The hell? Okay, I see a thing. I saw a thing. No! Fuck. I don't know where it went. Motherfucker. I was like, oh my god, I see it's shiny. That was probably the one that I saw. Went all the way down. Stop this thing. Someone got it. Because I suck. Oops, wrong ability. Oh, he was already dead. Can't kill him when they're already dead, princess. Oh, I didn't think about that conniption. Oh, I should have done that too. Like this. Where's that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, she going down! She going down! I give up. I give up. I suck even as Revenant. Oh, look, a thing. I missed it. Did I pick it up? I got a thing earlier and I completely missed. I completely missed and it flew all the way down.
Dispatches your private army. Looks expensive. Has your desire outmatched your will?
Oh, I don't think I saw it. Hold on, let's go. Let me go. Let's go check it out. Thanks. Thanks. All I want to do is go down. Now you know my secrets. Oh, look, a thing. No, don't touch it. It's mine. Damn it. Someone stole my thing. Who was it? Who stole it? Motherfucker. Okay, all right. I'm gonna kill this guy. Oh, a Cinder would like that. I'm not sure who has the more inappropriate clips, me or Cinder. It is definitely it's a rough decision. Well, guys, I think this is going to be our last run. This princess is getting a headache. Between now and Friday, I will fashion my my jade. I think it was oh my god, a casual gamer. He made his jade look like a fucking angel. Shit. He even put angel wings on it. Oh, I got you, don't you worry. Oh, it went to sleep because it shot me or something. That's pretty nice. Oh, shit, shit, shit! It was killing me through my 2. It was killing me through my 2. Oh! Oh god, I thought my game was gonna crash. Holy shit. That would have angered me greatly. Okay, we do this more. I'm definitely using Revenant. Fuck that Titania shit. I don't know why I didn't think to switch like a long time ago. I made a clip the other day, yesterday, that I didn't finish saving it, so it just saved like this whole 30-second thing. I need to go and edit it. Because,
You did it. Now, bring the Volatiles to me on the Thunder Relay.
what was I saying? Fuck, I don't remember. Alright, guys. Type in exclamation point points. See how many points you have, then type in exclamation point giveaway, a space, and that number of points. that number of points. Here, let's go to the relay. Yeah, I'm fucking old. I don't know why I hit F and it doesn't do anything. Mercury. And my shit is like, is it, what the fuck? Oh, there it is. It's a laggy. I don't know why it is so laggy. It's very weird. And then after we get done looking at the relay, then we will do our giveaway. All three. 269s and the Garuda. All right, we can fast travel to Ortis. So, no, Cindy, we don't. We only got 130. So, you can get... These are unlocked with the clan thing. These things that are locked. And then all this stuff. And see, my mouse is doing that thing where it's going up when I'm telling it to go down. All right, so there's that. And this is stuff you can get if you do the clan event. I've got to get these. I swore I got those back when Scarlet Spear was out, but clearly I did not. And then these are the jade parts. And I think that's it. We looked at 3. I don't think this is. Oh yeah, that's if you wanna be a stalker. Yeah. Be a stalker in a mission. I think I should totally try that sometime. That'd be funny. All right, guys, it's time for us to get ready for our giveaways. Let me pull up the Baruch one. All right, Chief. I hope that when you're plastering a ceiling, that you get plaster in at least one of your eyes. Oh, and in your mouth. Are you serious, Tokyo? I better not do it then. I was just fucking up for everybody. I love you, Chief. Oh, I just threw up a little bit in my mouth. All right. Oh, let me restart this timer. I won't pee the bed because I'm wearing your diapers. You left one over here last time when you shit yourself. And you left one behind, so I'm wearing your diaper. All right, so guys, you have 2 minutes to type in the exclamation point points and then exclamation point giveaway a space in that number of points. Don't save any of your points. Spend them all because I will eat them all after a stream. Unstoppable today. And go ahead and type in 69 because it's not up on the screen, but we're going to do that right after we're done drawing this one. I'm going to go ahead and start the timer. So you guys have 1 minute and 57 seconds right now to to do your exclamation points and exclamation point giveaway. Thank you, Short Cat. You don't have any points to give away? Damn. So I won't be back tonight. Wednesday night, but I should be, wait, what is today? Hold on. Yeah, I won't be back tonight Wednesday, but I'll be back on Thursday. Hello, Evil! There is no such thing as a Lewd Warframe. I cereal? Oh, you think you're gonna keep, oh, you're funny. Okay, let's make her bigger. Oh no, I can't make her bigger. Shit. Damn it. I fucked up, so I can't make her bigger. Okay, now I can. But now she's done. Hold on, let's do it again. Since I play this too close together, my VOD gets muted in this part. Oh shit. All right, here we go. In 13 seconds, I'm gonna close it. Wait a minute, I need to refresh this. That doesn't show anyone's entered. There we go. All right, here we go. The entries are now closed. Okay, now before I draw it, what you have to, whoever wins just has to be in the viewer list. They don't have to respond in chat. All right, and the winner is Naverse. Naverse, congratulations. Oh, yes, I was trying to accept it, but it wasn't working, but I will absolutely accept it. Thank you. And thank you for coming to play with us.
Rigged. Motherfucking rigged. Do you see this?
Okay. Naverse, congratulations. I'm very glad that you won. I'm going to send you a whisper here in just a little bit. You have a decision to make. Do you want the Garuda or do you want 3 motherfucking money? The choice is yours, but I'll send you a whisper. But you just think about that beforehand. We are going to go see our friend Cinder when we're done streaming here in just a few minutes. Cinder is an amazing lady. She's very lewd, just like me. We are sisters from another mister. You want the Garuda? Okay. You enjoy playing with me? Thank you. I enjoy playing with you too. Kings, why are you sad? Why are you so sad? So Thursday, I'll be back and we'll do some more of these runs, and we'll probably do some other stuff too. We should probably do the sortie always, and then maybe the Archon hunt, and then some more of these. Oh, I got you. So yes, Cinder, she's great. She is just as lewd as I am, maybe more so, which is hard to imagine. I know. Thank you, Kings. I most certainly will. I hope you do too. But yes, she's a Warframe creator, so she has really good giveaways. Yes, and this month she's actually doing a frame giveaway every day, just like I do. So I'm not sure what she's giving away today, but when we get over there, we'll find out. What would be a lewd Warframe? I'm gonna say Wisp because she's got a big old booty. You're gonna tease her? You go right ahead. All right, I'm starting the timer. You have 1 minute starting right now to type in 69. So at the beginning of every stream, we do the sortie, and then probably the next thing we could do is the Archon hunt. Let me accept your friend request real quick. 39 seconds. All right, we are now friends. So if you follow me, you'll get a notification when I go live, hopefully. You can always join the Discord server. You'll get notifications there, and then sometimes I do giveaways over there as well, which I need to start one. I haven't done one over there in a long time. So yeah, I need to do that. All right, if your name is selected, you will have 40 seconds to type something in chat to claim your prize. You do need to be a follower to be able to collect. She was so awesome. She would set the world on fire. It was amazing. I wish that they would unbreak her and give her world on fire back the way that it used to be. It used to be 30, but there were people having too much of a stream delay, so I made it 40. Oh my god. Conniption. Conniption, you won. Conniption. Type something in chat. Can he not hear me? Conniption. He's gonna miss it. I'm yelling as loud as I can. Conniption. Conniption. Fuck.
Suck it.
He was fucking listening. Damn it. Congratulations, you motherfucker. All right, one more chance to win. Everyone type in 69. Type in 69 while I give Conniption his money. Ember is better now? I don't know what to say to that, Wolf. I don't know what to say. Oh my god, my fucking mouse is scrolling up when it's scrolling down when I want it to go up. Oh god. My freaking head. Oh, Blubber Duck Gaming, hello. That giveaway we just ended. I need to take that pinned message down. But we're doing this as a 69 giveaway. This is going to be our last one of the day. What are we giving away? It is motherfucking money. I just posted a link in chat so that you can see what motherfucking money is. But if you play Warframe, you want to win. You definitely want to win because you can redeem things from the Warframe in-game market. Okay, Conniption, you've received your money. And let me send you a whisper. All right, guys, I'm gonna start the timer. Are you ready? Would be amazeballs. My favorite Warframe is, it's either Octavia or Revenant. I will give you a knuckle sandwich. How about that? Knuckle sandwich? Yes. All right, I'm starting the timer. You guys have 1 minute starting right now to type in 69 in chat for another chance to win motherfucking money. Yours is Equinox or Garuda. I unfortunately don't know how to play either one of those. Bunny the Pooh. I don't have money, Waffle. I'm a broke bitch. So it's just gonna have to be a knuckle sandwich. I have seen some amazing Garuda fashion, like a really nice looking fashion. Magga's our favorite. No, it's not. I used to love Saren. I mean, Saren's still nice, but I don't love her like I used to. I mean, if you look at my PlayStation account, I have like 30 mags. So it would sort of make sense that I would love them, but I don't. My viewers just keep sending them to me because they hate me. That's a song from Annihilator. I don't know what Annihilator is. Is that kind of like the Terminator? I know the Equinox has really good abilities to making things fall asleep. I should learn how to play her at some point in time, but... Ash, oh my goodness. Ash just won a little bit ago. You can win 2 of these 69 giveaways, so Ash still gets to get it as long as they type something in chat. Ash! Ash, you're the wiener! Congratulations. All right, give me one moment. It is a free Warframe slot, but I don't ever sell them for credits. If I sold them for credits, it would sort of take away the hell. There we go. Bunny, thank you very much for the follow. I hope I get to see you again next time. I will be back on Thursday. Thursday around 9 p.m. Eastern. So I hope you guys will come and see me. Oh, shoot. Okay, I just snoozed the ad. All right, so we're going to go see Cinder. She's an amazing lady. We have some raid messages that I would love it if you will type in. So, or post it. So copy and paste these messages. If you are not a sub, you can copy and paste that message. If you are a subscriber, you can copy and paste that message. Well, I'm glad that you followed. I'm going to copy and paste it myself. I always forget to copy and paste. All right, guys, are you ready to go see Cinder? She's an amazing lady. When you go over there, please at least give her some love, okay? Oh, Bunny, grab the other one. Copy and paste the one that has all of the purple hearts in it. Yeah, this one right here. Copy and paste that one. Oh, you already have something on your clipboard. Well, you're fucked. You're gonna have to get rid of it. Good night, Hero. Thank you for coming and playing with us. I appreciate you. I hope you had fun. I hope you had fun getting teabagged by a princess. All right, I'm gonna start this raid up. There we go. So we're gonna be out of here in just a few seconds. Oops. I am absolutely a real princess, Waffle. I was tricked into saying that. I was tricked. we have some fun quotes. Some fun quotes and some fun clips. All right, guys, we're gonna go see Cinder. Come and see me again on Thursday night. Haven't joined my Discord server? Totally go and do it. Do it right now. Thank you to everyone who came to play with me today, and thank you all that chatted and lurked. I appreciate you very much. That's the best quote. No, I just want some nice B or C cups that actually... You don't need that, Waffle. You don't need that. All right, guys, we're going over. We're going over in just a second. All right, let's do this. Bye, guys. I love you. I will see you later. I love you, bunches. Uh-oh, the dogs are barking. Okay. All right, bye, guys. Bye. Maddie says bye. Bye. like her song that she has on.